Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku found a home with Aizawa? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Shouta knew from a young age that he wanted to be a hero. From a young age, he had always looked up to the big-name heroes of the world, old heroes, like Gran Torino, and heroes that were only just making their way into the world, like All Might. When he'd been younger and needed an excuse to get out of the house, he and his older sister, Inko, would go looking for villain fights. When they found one, which was rather easy, what with it being such a big city, they would hide on the nearest roof and wait for the heroes to come. Shouta would find himself trying to copy the heroes' moves, throwing out a flurry of punches and clumsy kicks, doing little backflips and cartwheels on the roof, just to get his BLD pumping and to see his older sister smile for once. They started this practice when Shouta was 4 years old and finally old enough to go outside with only his sister to watch him. His sister was much older, she had been 11 years old when he'd been born, and he couldn't quite remember a time when he'd seen the girl truly smile. That was probably the main reason why the days on the rooftops were so important to him. His sister must have seen the talent in his flips and cartwheels, because she started saving all the money she could. When he was 5 years old, Inko got their mother, gaunt and tired as she always was, to sign Shouta up for gymnastics. Inko took on an after-school job to keep him in the program. When asked why, she would just ruffle his shaggy hair and say, "Can't let one of the world's future heroes go in without any training." Shouta had taken to gymnastics like a duck to water, as Inko had known he would. By the time he was 6 years old, he would do several flips in a row without any assistance. He went to competitions and he always won. His walls and his shelves were lined with trophies and medals, gold, silver and bronze covering the cracked plaster. Gymnastics was a good distraction for Shouta. The boy was always quite lonely. His dad was never there, always out spending the money that their mother worked so strong to bring home. His mother worked 3 jobs, and she came home late every night only to leave early the next morning. Inko began to distance herself, always focused on school or her new boyfriend, Hisashi Midoriya. If not for the money that was left in the cookie jar periodically for gymnastics and sweets, Shouta couldn't be certain whether Inko came home at all. When he was 7 years old, Inko graduated and stopped coming home. The money stopped appearing in the cookie jar, and instead was mailed to them in plain white envelopes with no extra notes to explain herself. His mother took on an extra job, and Shouta almost never saw her unless he stayed up into the wee hours of the night. His father stopped coming home. Life at school was miserable, all of the children taunting him because his quirk hadn't come in yet. He was 8 when it finally did come in. He'd been watching another villain fight, and it looked like the heroes were losing. His sisi had ached as he watched the underground hero be beaten into the ground. Something had tingled in the very tips of his fingers, and then his eyes had flashed red and his long, shaggy black hair had risen from his shoulders and the green fire that danced along the villain's skin had ceased abruptly. The hero lunged at the villain, and Shouta blinked, and his eyes became unbearably dry and achy. His irises, which had previously been a dark brown, were a bright red. But his quirk had been activated. He'd ran home to tell Inko, and had been overwhelmingly disappointed when he remembered that he wouldn't find her there. The next day, not knowing what else to do, he told his teacher about his quirk, and how he'd made the villain's power stop working. The teacher had only given him a fearful glance and had backed away. The other students had stared at him with distrustful eyes. The next day, a group of students had beaten him up. Shouta was expelled. The other students weren't. His hair, which had been long and unruly and had fallen almost past the middle of his back, he cut short. It bunched up in the back, wild and unruly now that it wasn't so long and weighed down. Some patches were shorter than others. He couldn't tie his hair back for gymnastics anymore, and the hair always fell into his eyes when he did his flips. He had to pin his hair back with his sister's old hair clips, small and bright pink with cats on the end. Shouta quite liked them, despite the fact that they were girly. Others didn't, but that was their problem, not Shouda's. Though he couldn't understand why people could never be happy with him. He'd been bullied for his quirk coming in late, But when he got it, everyone was wary around him. They made fun of his hair for how long and unruly it was, saying it made him look like a girl, but when he cut it short and pulled it back with clips, he still got made fun of. How was he supposed to make these people happy? It took a while to find a good school that would take someone like Shouta. Turns out, a kid with an erasure quirk who had fighting on his record wasn't a good combination for many of the schools in Japan. He was eventually placed in a cheap public school. His mother was only able to afford one set of the school's uniform, so Shouta had to go to school every day in shabby, wrinkled clothes. On the first day of school, his mother took a brush to his hair, which had grown shockingly quickly, just barely brushing the middle of his neck. She was in a hurry to brush it so he could get to school, and the brush's bristles pulled and ripped at his hair roughly. When he went to school, his scalp was unbearably achy and his eyes were puffy. The school was crowded, filled with hundreds of other children. The school had a rule against children using their quirks, but you could often hear the crackle of an explosion or the heat of flames dancing on fingertips. On the first day of school, in the hallway, a boy had extended his leg and had tripped him. But Shouta didn't use his quirk, didn't want to. When he got home that night, he went straight to bed. His mother woke him up hours later when she got home, and had dragged him into the kitchen. She'd shaved all of his shaggy hair off with a pair of clippers, right down to the scalp. She'd cut the skin right by his ear in her haste. Shouta had hated the way the vibrating clippers had brushed over his still sore scalp. The sensation had made him grind his teeth. At school the next day, a girl in his class called him skinhead. The other children in the class had heard her and thought it was hilarious. By the end of the day, every child in the school called him skinhead instead of his name. It made Shouta wonder if they would have made fun of him if they saw the pink, cat-themed hair clips. The days slowly faded into a gray haze, one after another. School was a dull spot in his life, a dark smear on his bright enthusiasm to become a hero, like a pencil mark on plain white paper. He hardly remembered school anymore, though he still made the highest marks in his grade. His life revolved around gymnastics and watching the heroes from rooftops, wondering if someday maybe, just maybe, that could be him. Once a month, his mother would wake him up in the middle of the night to shave his head down to the scalp. The clippers always opened up that same, almost healed-over scab behind his ear. He always walked to school with his ear feeling tender, hot, and irritated. She shaved his head on his birthday. Same haircut as always. Right down to the scalp. When he woke up, she was gone. No festivities. His sister didn't come to visit and his father, like always, was nowhere to be seen. His present was a bloodied ear and a lollipop from the librarian when she looked at his profile when he was turning in his books and had seen it was his birthday. Just before he turned 10, he sent his sister a letter, saying that he missed her, that he wished she would visit, even though he understood why she couldn't, since the return address stated she lived on the other side of Japan. Informed her that it was almost his birthday, and that he couldn't believe he was almost 10. Said he was thinking about mowing lawns so he could save up for self-defense classes along with gymnastics, to prepare him for life as a hero. Said that he loved her and that he, once again, hoped to see her soon. He got the response on the day of his birthday. $300 extra for defense classes and a single piece of white printer paper. On the paper, typed in bold letters, were the words, "Happy Birthday, Shouta." He took a mixed martial arts class. He got his but handed to him to boys much older than him, again and again until he finally got the hang of it. He had been on the brink of quitting many times, when the world got too loud, when the lights were too bright, when the shallow bruises that were left by the unyielding fists of those bigger and stronger stung just a little too much. But he couldn't. Because he would be a hero. Because he was a hero. His instructor informed him that he was a MSTR at gymnastics, better than her, and that he should consider taking parkour classes. Shouta had no ties to the place, no nostalgia for it, no friends, so he did. And just like with gymnastics, he took to it like a pro. When he was 12 years old, his haircuts became fewer and farther in between as his mother became more and more tired. She cut them every 2 months, now, sometimes longer. The hair was always past his years when he did, sticking up and messy and shaggy. He never combed it because the bristles hurt. When his mother was around to give him his midnight haircuts, The scab behind his ear was always almost completely healed over. But it always split open again under her missed rations. Sometimes his mother forgot to buy groceries, and all Shouta ate was sweets with the spare money Inko sent periodically. That was okay with Shouta, since the food he cooked with the groceries was never that good anyway, though so much chocolate did make his stomach twist painfully on occasion. But Shouta could never seem to find the words to ask for more groceries during their midnight haircuts, because his mother was always so tired and so irritated. So he made do with what he had. When he was 14 and he finally told his instructor why he was taking mixed martial arts classes, he told him to sign up for UA, the greatest hero school in Japan. So Shouta did. It was difficult. All the other students had such flashy quirks, ice and sleeping gas, and earth and metal and some loud kid that made his head hurt. Why couldn't he shut up? He was younger than the rest, since he was born during the school year, and shorter, and weaker, and less powerful. But that was okay. Because what Shouta lacked in strength, he made up for in determination. Determination, it turned out, wasn't everything. "I'm sorry, Mr. Aizawa," the odd-looking rat-like creature said. Shouta couldn't quite respond, so busy trying to figure out what, exactly, this person, thing, animal, was. "I understand you were trying for the hero course, but, of course, you couldn't have gotten in with a quirk such as yours." Shouta nodded. He was disappointed. Extremely so. But there were other schools and other ways to get hero licenses. He wasn't out of options. However, Nizu said, cutting off his train of thought. "You showed great promise. Despite not having a flashy quirk, you did well. I have a proposition for you." Shouta blinked. Nodded. "We can't put you into the hero course, but we do have room in the general studies program." Shouta frowned. Cleared his throat. "Sir," he said, trying to keep his voice from breaking. It was always gravelly, now that he was older, and when it wasn't gravelly it was squeaky. Shouta hoped it would find a nice median, someday, because it was truly aggravating to hear. "I appreciate it, but I need to be in a hero course to be a hero." "Let me finish, Aizawa," Nizu said, smiling sweetly, though Shouta knew that it hid sharp teeth. In the middle of the year, UA holds an annual sports festival. Many hero course students compete for a chance at getting a good internship with a hero agency, and many students in other divisions compete for a chance at being transferred into the hero course. It's rare that we do, but if you truly impress me, like you did in the exam, I might consider it. This was the chance of a lifetime, he knew. But was it worth it? Was it worth the precious months he would waste in the general studies program, when there was only a chance he would be transferred into the hero course? He ran a hand through his hair. It was beginning to grow, since his last haircut, though his scalp was still prickly. He missed his longer hair. Even if he knew, to get back to his longer hair, he'd have to go back to pinning it up with clips. He could do this, right? He nodded to himself, determined. His hands gripped the fabric of his black slacks. He looked up, eyes narrowed. Determination hadn't been enough to get him through the entrance exam, but it could be enough to get him through the sports festival. "I won't let you down, sir." After he started going to UA, his mother stopped coming home so much. Groceries were delivered to the apartment every so often, but his mother was never with them. He still got money from his sister, and Shouta doubted she knew that his mother had stopped returning. Before, when he woke up in the morning, there was almost always a dirty cup in the sink, smelling of tea, of hot chocolate or coffee, or whatever else had struck her fancy. These days, the only cups found in the sink were his own. But that was okay. He could adapt. His hair grew longer, ridiculously quickly, now that his mother wasn't there to shave it all away. By the time he was 2 months in at UA, he had to clip his hair back again. He didn't have the time nor the energy to go to the store to buy new clips, so he used the same old pink cat clips. He worked harder in parkour and mixed martial arts, his muscles always straining from overuse. He got taller, eventually, but with all the chocolate he always ate instead of proper food, it wasn't all that surprising that he wasn't very tall yet. When he was 4 months into UA, just a few weeks before the sports festival, he got another letter from his sister. The usual amount of money fell out of the envelope. Along with the money was a card. An invitation. Standard, with no touch of personalization. More than likely bought at a dollar store. It was a letter to a wedding. More specifically, Hisashi Midoriya and Inko Aizawa's wedding. The card was pink, just like the ever-present cat clips in Shouta's hair. The address was far away, and he wasn't sure how he would manage to get there, but he stuck it to the fridge with a magnet. Excitement and something like apprehension thrummed through his veins. How long had it been? 7 years since he had seen her in person? He'd have to get a suit. Find some way to control his hair. Get a gift. His teachers liked him well enough. If he missed a single payment, then they wouldn't be too terribly upset. He'd just have to pay them back, somehow. Perhaps clean their establishments after practice, or on the weekends, to make up for it. That's what he would do. The wedding was 2 days before the sports festival. Shouta bought a nice suit, charcoal gray with a BLD red button-up and a black tie. He couldn't afford dress shoes along with the suit and the gifts, along with transportation, so he just wore his nicest pair of sneakers. He took gel to his hair and tried his best to comb it back. The stray hairs that escaped the gel's hold he pinned back with the pink cat clips. He bought Inko a necklace with a moon charm on it. For Hisashi, who he couldn't remember much about besides the fact that he wasn't his biggest fan, he bought a simple watch. Ultra strap, soft on the skin. He took a bus to the wedding and hoped that the seats wouldn't damage his suit. The buses always seemed too loud and dirty. After that bus, he took another bus and then a train. The wedding was in a garden. It was only just starting when he arrived. He kept his present on his person rather than set it on the table designated for presents, and sat at the back of the wedding. The bride and groom wore kimonos, black and white. His sister looked different than he remembered, green hair pulled back into a bun, face powdered and lips painted red. There was a flower in her hair. She looked older, more sophisticated, not like the teenage girl who stayed up with him on rooftops to study the heroes fighting below. The ceremony continued as could be expected. After the ceremony came the reception. The adults drank sake, danced and chatted. It was strong to find Inko over the dozens of bustling people, with the flashing lights and the loud noises. Shouta's skin prickled every time someone got too close. Eventually, Inko sat down, and her new husband went around to talk to business associates. She leaned her head back against her seat and let her eyes fall closed. Long, black lashes splayed on powdered cheeks. Shouta thought she looked odd. Not human. He sat at her table, just looking at her. She didn't notice him, for a while, until she looked up. Eyes widened. Shouta nodded in her direction. Shouta, she asked, voice breathy and bordering on disbelieving. Hey, he said, not knowing quite how to respond. You're here, she noted. Is his mom? No, Shouta said. Just me. I haven't seen her in a while. Her cups are never in the sink anymore. And that? Still gone. When was the last time Mom was there? 4 months. 5 months. I don't know. When I started high school, she stopped coming home at night and stopped giving me my hair cuts. Ah, Inko said. So, you're alone? Shouta blinked at her. Oh. At home. I have my instructors. And I'm thinking about getting a cat, so I won't be alone then. I'm okay. Inko smiled at him in that way that she had smiled at him before, so many years ago. Chapters ago. Lifetimes ago. Or that's what it felt like. It made something in Shouta's stomach twist and ache, like it did when he ate too much candy, or when he was sad, or scared. He couldn't tell whether she was smiling at him because she felt she had to or because she was really, truly happy to see him. You got old, Shouta noted. Inko laughed. I suppose I did. So did you? You're taller now. Time tends to do that to a person, Shouta noted. It's funny like that. Are you 25? Unfortunately, Inko said with a hint of bitterness. I wish I was 25. I'd be a hero by now. And I'd have lots of cats. I suppose you would, Inko said. Still stuck on being a hero? Yes, Shouta said. I'm going to UAT now. I'm in general studies, but I'm going to transfer to the hero course. I think my quirk will be useful for taking down villains. Inko smiled fondly. I'm sure it will be, Shouta, she said. How can you be sure? Shouta asked, tilting his head to the side. You don't know what it is. I don't. Because you left. Because I left. It's erasure, Shouta said. I can erase people's quirks. No one likes me because of that. But I don't really like anyone else either. That's okay, Shouta, Inko said. If they don't like you because of your quirk, they don't deserve you. You left before I got my quirk, Shouta said. So why don't you like me? Why didn't Dad like me? I don't know why Dad didn't like us, Inko admitted. That's just how life played out. But I do like you, Shouta. I love you. But you left me. But I left you. Will you come back? Shouta asked. Shouta wasn't sure why he did. He already knew what the answer would be. What she would say. Maybe it was wishful thinking. Or maybe he was just tired of being alone. I know you don't like cats. Unless they're on hair clips. He pointed at the clip in his hair. If you come back, I won't get a cat. I can't come back, Inko said. And you can't come with me. I'm sorry, Shouta. Shouta hummed. No, you're not. But that's okay. Can you give me a reason? Why you can't? Oh. No, I don't think I can. Shouta nodded. Have a happy marriage, Inko. He handed her the box with the necklace and the watch. The moon is for you. He stood up. Do you have any suggestions? To name my cat? Inko dabbed a napkin at her eyes. Taka, she said. It matches with the owner. Shouta nodded. You said you loved me. I do. I love you too. And I hope I see you again, even though I won't. Can you just call? Please? Or write a letter with the money or something. I'm sorry. Shouta blinked strong. Why did you invite me today? Because you're family? Did you want to see me? I want to see you every day, Shouta, Inko sighed. Then why can't you? Sometimes things don't make sense. You'll understand someday. I promise you. I don't think I will. That's okay. Stop saying that. He sighed. Goodbye, Inko. Goodbye, Shouta. He did well in the sports festival. He took second place, and hero agencies were scrambling to get their hands on him. He was transferred into Class 1A immediately afterward. They sat him next to a loud blonde and a girl with a rather vulgar disposition who was always flirting with him. Both were several inches taller than him. It made him want to start eating healthier, just so he didn't have to crane his neck to speak to people. Loud blonde and vulgar girl were the only two in Class 1A who were nice to Shouta. Apparently, when Shouta had transferred to Class 1A, he had replaced a boy that was rather popular among his peers. Loud blonde and vulgar girl, later identified as Hisashi Yamada and Namuri Kiyama, were nice to him because they didn't like the boy he had replaced. Even though he wore girly hair clips and he was always a mess and he was more than likely irritated from not sleeping enough and he talked about his calico cat, Taka, a lot. When the time came to pick hero names, it was Hisashi's idea for Shouta to be called Eraserhead. Shouta thought it sounded nice enough. Hisashi wanted to be called Presentation Michael, but Namuri and Shouta convinced him that it was stupid and he shortened it to present Mike. Namuri called herself Midnight, and Shouta thought it was fitting. Not that he would have opposed the girl, even if he disliked it. He was terrified of her. He got money on his birthday, as well as a black and white photo of a blob about the size of a pea. Shouta thought it looked rather like a kidney bean, though he wasn't sure why Inko would send him a photo of a kidney bean. But he didn't have much from his sister, so he pinned it to the wall with a tack. When he sat at his desk for class that day, he immediately informed his friends of the significance of the date. I am 15 today. Hisashi and Namuri immediately started planning for a party, which Shouta had never had someone do for him before. Shouta wasn't sure how they would have a party, but he wasn't going to complain, not when Namuri was excited and Hisashi had that smile on his face that made Shouta want to smile too. They went to his apartment after school. Namuri frowned at the cracking plaster. Hisashi asked where the TV was, and Shouta informed him that there wasn't one. Namuri looked in the fridge, intent on gathering ingredients for a cake, only to find it bare, save for a bottle of ketchup and a couple cans of tuna that was supposed to be a special treat for the fat cat that was rubbing against her calf. It had been a while since his mother sent groceries. Shouta wasn't sure what to do for the people in his home, so he reached into the cabinet and took out all his candy stash. He handed Hisashi the gummies and Namuri the chocolate, and crossed his arms, squeezing his elbows. He was anxious, but he didn't know why. Hizashi cleared his throat and started looking around, letting out a happy squeal when he saw the pinned-up picture of a kidney bean on the wall. "Is your mom pregnant?" he demanded, jumping up and down happily. "Oh, I haven't seen her in 5 months." Hizashi and Nemuri gaped. "My sister sent me that," Shouta continued. "I think it's a photo of a bean." "No," Hizashi said, "it is not. It's an Eltos and image, Sho," Nemuri said. "And since when does she call him Sho?" "It's a photo of a baby. It means your sister's pregnant." "Oh." He blinked. "So she's going to have a baby?" "Well, yeah," Hizashi said. "Is it a boy or a girl?" Shouta asked. I think it's too soon to tell, Shouta," Nemuri said. "She got married just before the sports festival. I guess that's when they got a baby." "I suppose so," Hizashi said awkwardly. Do you want to go out to eat, Shouta? For your birthday?" "Yes," Shouta said after a moment of thought. "I'll change. Do you have clothes to change into?" "I don't think anything I own will fit." "We have clothes in our bags, don't worry about us," Hizashi said. Shouta nodded and turned on his heel, heading to his room. He chose a black sweater and gray jeans. He liked them because they weren't scratchy on his skin, like some of his other clothes. He decided to wear flip-flops instead of sneakers, because he liked to go without socks if he could help it, and stepped out of his room where Hizashi and Nemuri were waiting, already changed somehow. They were whispering among themselves, but stopped when he stepped into the room. "You look great," Hizashi said. He was wearing a plain black t-shirt and a jean jacket with blue jeans. Nemuri was wearing a tight, backless black dress with a neckline that dipped low. "Where do you want to go, Sho?" Nemuri asked, already taking out her wallet. "It's on me." They ended up getting ramen with little broiled shrimps on the side. Shouta liked it, because it wasn't his own cooking nor was it chocolate, even if he couldn't finish the entire bowl of noodles. They ended the night with a trip to the movies, where they watched a romantic comedy. Hizashi and Nemuri gorged themselves on popcorn while Shouta ate candy. The two drove him home, each taking a turn to hug him and say goodbye before departing, and Shouta felt something warm and fuzzy settle in his chest as he watched them leave. That night, he gave Takara the special tuna for being so good while he was gone, and cuddled with his cat while he fell asleep, dreaming of the smell of buttery popcorn and the taste of Skittles. He went through his internships and made strong connections with a few big-name heroes. He worked and worked until he finally had the highest marks in his class again. He didn't have a flashy, destructive quirk like the others, but he still remained in the top 3 of his class. Months passed. Summer began. In July, when Inko sent him more money for his classes, she also sent a photo of a rather scrunched-up, red baby. Shouta thought the child looked rather odd. Its skin was bright red and it looked very irritated at having its picture taken. Shouta could share the sentiment. He didn't like having his picture taken either. At the bottom of the photograph was a single word: Izuku. Shouta pinned the photo of the scrunched-up creature on the wall next to his Altiris ND photo, not sure if he would ever be able to meet this Izuku child. Probably not, he noted bitterly. He pinned the photo up and tried to cast the child out of his mind. Izuku's unpleasantly red face still lingered. Shouta knew he'd had feelings for Hizashi, though he had elected to ignore them until they went away, like he did with most things in his life. It was just one more annoying fly he'd have to swat to go with all the other troubling things. He hadn't expected the feelings to be reciprocated, though he had to admit it was nice. Hizashi embraced him on his birthday. They were at a fair on a Ferris wheel. The lights of the fair, bright and colorful, had danced off his skin. Shouta had the fleeting thought, "I want to embrace him," and then Hizashi had. It was rather surprising, quite honestly. It was also awkward, since they were so young, and Shouta wasn't quite sure if he had done it right. But that was okay, because it seemed Hizashi didn't know what he was doing either. Nemuri had taken a picture of them right after they'd stepped off the Ferris wheel, holding hands, Shouta with a confused look in his eyes and Hizashi blushing furiously. Shouta had pinned it up on his wall, right next to Izuku. They went on a lot of dates after that. Nemuri came too, sometimes. They went out to eat and to the movies and to the arcade. It was the happiest Shouta had been in a while, admittedly. He liked being with Hizashi. Hisashi was kind in a way Shouta couldn't quite describe. He made Shouta feel warm. He was also quite good-looking, at least Shouta thought so. He was funny, in a way, even if he was very loud and when he got overexcited he couldn't quite control his quirk. But that was alright, since Shouta's quirk was erasure. He stayed over at Hisashi's place a lot, and Hisashi's parents never seemed to mind, only made more food to accommodate. Sometimes Shouta caught Hisashi's mother sneaking extra food onto his plate. They played video games a lot at Hisashi's house. Sometimes board games. Sometimes they did homework. Sometimes they just sat there in silence, Hisashi playing a mindless game on his phone and Shouta reading a novel. Hisashi liked to joke that his parents probably thought they were doing something else, though he never clarified on what that something else was. Shouta thought he probably meant embracing, though they did do that a lot too. Exams came and went, and then the school year was over. Shouta spent more time with Hisashi and Nemuri than he had the previous year, Takara joining a lot. They spent a lot of time at the gym, training to control their quirks or, in Shouta's case, working with weapons. Shouta had only just taken a liking to his capture weapon, which he carried on his person quite a bit now, even though it was a bit heavy. It was sort of like a weighted blanket, and Shouta could appreciate that, since he loved the weighted blankets that Nemuri let him use whenever they slept over at her house. In July, just like the previous year, Shouta came home to find a letter on the mat from Inko. When he opened the envelope, a photograph fell out onto the floor. Another photo of a baby. The same word on the bottom of the photograph. Izuku. He was quite a bit bigger in this photograph, and a bit more human-looking. Shouta supposed that was inevitable. He was smiling at the camera. He had exactly 4 teeth. Shouta counted. His hair was longer, sticking up around his head in a halo of green and black. He looked like a piece of broccoli, or perhaps a cabbage. Shouta unpinned all of the photos from the wall. On the back of the Altiris ND photo, he wrote kidney bean. In the photo of Izuku as a newborn, he wrote creature. In the newest photo, he wrote cabbage. He thought it was quite funny, though Izuku might have been offended. He pinned the photos back onto the wall, in the order that he got them, and stared at them for a while. Izuku. Perhaps I should get a sign that says, The Life CYCL of Izuku. In his 3rd year, he met a boisterous girl named Emi Fukukado. She was funny, he supposed, since everyone else seemed to laugh at her jokes. She had sea-green hair, and he liked it, because it reminded him distantly of his sister and even more distantly his father. It made it strong to look at her, sometimes. She seemed to like Shouta, for whatever reason, always telling jokes to get her to laugh, and seeming to have more and more fun when she failed. Shouta liked her, so he didn't complain when she was around. The 3rd year at UA was undoubtedly the hardest. There was nothing but work. Interviews. Exams. Training. Kept Shouta busy, and he loved that. He shred his capture weapon in that time, as well as his mixed martial arts class and his parkour class, though he still attended to keep his skills sharp, just like how he still did flips around his apartments for gymnastics. He'd knocked over a lot of aces doing that, and his cat hated it, but that just encouraged him to do it more, if he's being honest. He loved it when his cat looked disdainful. The cat hissed at him from under the couch every time he pulled off a triple backflip. When he finally finished UA, he started working as an underground hero. He, Nemuri, and Hisashi worked together a lot, especially when a big-name villain crossed their paths, but Shouta was always gone before the press could get a hold of him. 17 years old, and already a successful and respected underground hero. Shouta wondered if Inko would be proud of him. In that time, he sold his apartment and sent Inko his new address. He pinned his pictures up on the wall and shoved his medals from gymnastics contests long forgotten in a box in his closet. Inko still sent him money. He got a new photo of Izuku. He was smiling at the camera shyly, hugging himself. He was rather chubby, but Shouta supposed that was normal for children at that age. His hair was long, longer than it had been last time, and it looked as if it had never been cut or combed. Shouta brushed his fingers over the spot behind his ear, remembering the haircuts his mother had given him before she'd disappeared. The ever-present cut behind his ear and the prickliness of his scalp. Shouta wondered if she still mailed him groceries ever so often, and if so, if there were bags of rotting food waiting outside of his old apartment for a boy that wasn't coming back home. Shouta wondered, briefly, if he should send her a letter saying he didn't live there anymore, before dismissing the thought. He hoped she wasted her money. On the back of the photo he wrote, "Greenstalk." He hung it up next to cabbage. His face started getting scruffy and prickly with hair after he turned 18, but he didn't like shaving, so he didn't do it often. He didn't think Hisashi minded much. He liked running his hands along the sides of his face and embracing his forehead, for whatever reason, but he wasn't about to complain. Hisashi moved into his apartment right after Shouta turned 18. His fridge was filled with groceries, now, rather than just tuna and the occasional half-eaten chocolate bar. He slept in Shouta's bed, and Shouta liked that because Hisashi hugged him and traced the scars he'd gotten from hero work at night. Half of the closet belonged to Hisashi, and half to Shouta, and you could tell because half of the closet was filled with very bright colors and half were muted grays and blacks. In the bathroom, Hisashi's shampoo sat beside Shouta's, along with his body wash. His hair gel was on the counter. His hairbrush too, along with several hair ties that Hisashi put in the same container that Shouta kept his kitten hair clips. His toothbrush shared a space with Shouta's in the cabinet. His razor sat next to Shouta's. All of Shouta's space was being shared by Hisashi, but Shouta couldn't find it in himself to mind that much. Shouta took day shifts and Hisashi night ones, and they hung out in the few hours in between each, either talking or cuddling or something in between. Hisashi patched up Shouta's scrapes and bruises, and Shouta did the same for Hisashi. When Shouta's dry eye was bad after patrol, Hisashi brought him his eye drops, and when Hisashi's throat hurt after using his quirk too much or his ears ached, Shouta brought him water, throat lozenges and noise-canceling headphones. It was good. In the summer of Shouta's 18th year, Shouta got two things in the mail. His regular letter from his sister and an official-looking envelope. He opened the letter from his sister first. Izuku. 3 years old. He had freckles now. On the back of the photo he wrote "Sprout" and pinned it up on the wall next to the other photos. Then he opened the official-looking envelope. It looked a lot like the wedding invitation, but less frilly. It was an invitation, but not to a wedding. He put the card on the table and sat on his couch, staring at it. Hisashi found him like that hours later. He sat next to him, opened the envelope, slowly closed it, and put it back on the coffee table, before wrapping an arm around Shouta and pulling him close. He tucked his head under his chin, a movement that was awkward now that Shouta had finally caught up height-wise and was now only an inch or so shorter than Hisashi's 6-inch. Hisashi hummed some pop song he had played on his new radio show, and Shouta stared at the wall blankly. Hisashi called Namuri, and she came with a weighted blanket and 3 movies for them to watch. Shouta accepted the blanket and relaxed under its weight. Hisashi and Namuri sat on either side, Hisashi with an arm wrapped around his waist and Namuri leaning against his shoulder. They ate popcorn and Skittles, like they always did when they watched movies. Shouta couldn't quite bring himself to pay attention. His parents were dead. His father, who he hadn't seen since he was 7 years old. His mother, who he hadn't seen in 4 years. They were dead. They had died together. He had so many questions and none of them could be answered. Why did they die together? How did they die? Who had invited him to their funeral? Would his parents even want him there, if they were alive? He felt the strong urge to shave his head, just because he thought it might make his mother happy had she been able to see him, and he tugged at the black strands anxiously. Hisashi took the hand from his hair and entwined their fingers. A funeral. Because they were dead. When people died on TV, loved ones always cried. Why couldn't he cry? Was he even considered a loved one by these people? His stomach twisted. He felt ill and he pushed away the Skittles. Hisashi embraced his temple. Shouta leaned his head against Namuri's and fell asleep. The funeral was 2 days later. Shouta hadn't wanted to buy a new suit, since he really didn't have the money, but the suit he'd worn for Inko's wedding really wasn't fitting for a funeral and it was too small. They bought a new suit. Black breathes, black suit jacket, black collared shirt and a BLD red lapel. He didn't wear a tie. He took a razor to his face and shaved his beard, something he usually only did once a month or so, the same schedule his mother had shaved his head all those years ago. They didn't own a pair of clippers now, and Shouta was glad for it, since he wasn't sure if he'd be able to stop himself from taking them to his head. Instead, he washed his hair thoroughly, blew it dry and combed out all the tangles before tying it back up into a half knot. In the minutes before it would be time to leave, he paced the room relentlessly. Adjusted the lapels of his suit jacket, washed his face repeatedly, adjusted his hair. When strands of hair began to fall out of the half knot down into his face, he pinned them back with the pink hair clips and started pacing again. Hisashi watched him pace from the couch, looking worried. They decided he wasn't going to the funeral, since he had never met the deceased, but, "Are you sure you don't want me to go?" Hisashi asked. Shouta pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes. He felt like scratching at his skin, felt like clawing his way out. He flexed his fingers instead. Would you? Would you be comfortable with that? Hisashi smiled at him softly. Of course I would be, he said. Anything for you, Sho. Shuta's shoulders slumped, and he felt marginally lighter. Thank you, Zashi. He sat next to him, and Hisashi hooked a finger under his chin, embracing him softly. His other hand held his cheek, and his thumb stroked over smooth skin. Shouta blinked his eyes open when Hisashi pulled away, smiling slightly. Something came to his mind and Shouta, having no filter whatsoever, said it. I love you, Hisashi. Hisashi's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. Shouta felt a blush creep up his neck, and his ears burned. His heart started thrumming in his ear. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Hisashi opened his mouth to say something, but the alarm on his phone cut him off. Shouta stood up from the couch quickly. Time to go, he said, hurrying out of the house. Hisashi sat there for a moment, stunned, before running after him. They were halfway to the funeral when they realized Hisashi wasn't wearing a suit and had to drive back. The funeral was crowded, filled to the brim with unfamiliar people, and Shouta found himself reaching for Hisashi's hand involuntarily. They sat in a pew at the back. Hisashi kept a hand on Shuta's leg, and Shouta covered the hand with his own as the funeral's proceedings went on. Almost everyone in the room was crying, and Shouta wondered what it meant if all these strangers were crying for his parents, but Shouta, their son, couldn't manage a tear. A woman walked up to tell a speech, and a hush falled over the crowd. Shuta's eyes widened in shock. Hisashi looked utterly confused as Shuta's shoulders began to shake. Inko Midoriya began her speech. My parents were incredible people, she began. They were kind and always there for me. I was lucky to have them. My dad taught me to ride a bike, my mom taught me to bake cookies. They worked strong to support me and... Her eyes, which had been sweeping across the room of people, met Shuta's. Her speech stalled. Why does she lie? She swallowed. They had their ups and downs, but they came together again 4 years ago, and I think they're happy to have died together too. They've been nothing but kind to me, my husband and their grandson these last couple years. She blinked strong. I'm sorry. She wiped at her eyes. A little boy with long curly green hair suddenly ran forward and hugged her leg. Mommy don't CW. Shouta gasped. The cabbage. Inko walked down from the stage. The funeral came to a close. Shouta stood up from the pew abruptly, Hisashi hurrying to follow and apologize to whoever they ran into. Shouta grabbed Inko's wrist and pulled her along, the woman staying quiet as he did, until they were outside. What? Why did what? I'm so sorry, Shouta, Inko said. I didn't know you were coming dash. Fine, tell me what's going on, Inko. Tears welled in Inko's eyes. Shouta felt nothing but confusion and anger. When Mom left you, it was because Dad got into contact with her again. I'm so sorry, Shu. She left for Dad? But why wouldn't she take me with her? What? A hand gripped his shoulder, and Shouta knew it was Hisashi. Sho, maybe we should dash? No, I want to know, Shouta said. If she left, why didn't she take me with her? Shouta. Inko swallowed thickly. Dad left because of you. And Mom missed Dad, even though he was barely around to begin with, and when he said he wanted her back she just. The condition was he'd take her back, so long as you didn't come with her. The world cracked down the middle. Puzzle pieces he hadn't known were missing came together to form the entire picture. Why his mother worked so much, why his dad had never been home, why his mother had always been so distant. Did she blame him for his father leaving? Did she want to leave me? Shouta asked quietly. Inko looked down at her feet. Oh, we're always different. Weird, Inko admitted. Dad didn't really like that all that much. And neither did Mom. They just couldn't handle you, I don't think. No one could quite understand how your mind ticked. Is that why you left? Shouta asked. Oh. I left for Hisashi. He wanted to leave, and he didn't like you. But I wanted to be with him, and you didn't really like him either, and… When Dad left, where did he go? His voice sounded empty, even to him. No one really knows for sure, Inko said, wringing her hands nervously. But I think he went to another woman. Shouta nodded. And you've been around them the past few years. Inko nodded. I think I need to go now, Shouta said. Inko nodded. That's probably for the best. Shouta nodded. Thank you, he said. Inko blinked. For what? For believing in me. When you were still with me. I'm a hero now, because of you. Underground. Look up, Eraserhead. I will, Inko said. And I never stopped believing in you. I'm sure you're an incredible hero. He is, Hisashi said, hand dropping from his shoulder to grasp at Shouta's hand. One of the best heroes I've ever met. Good day to you, ma'am. With that, they left. Shouta couldn't sleep that night. His mind was too full. The sheets felt too rough, too hot. When he kicked off the blankets, he was too cold. Hisashi lay beside him, an arm across his waist. He still had so many questions. What's wrong with me? He asked Hisashi. Hisashi stiffened slightly. What do you mean? Why did everyone I loved leave me for someone better? Hisashi's hold on him tightened. They're not better than you, Hisashi said. Those people are idiots. If they had any intelligence at all, they would have seen you for how amazing you are. Shouta sighed. Can't be that amazing if everyone packed up and left. Inko said Mom and Dad left because I was different. What's wrong with me? Nothing is wrong with you, Hisashi said vehemently. If they couldn't love you for you, then they weren't worth it. All right? They're not worth it. If you ask me, you're perfect. There's nothing wrong with you being you. I guess you love me for me, then? Shouta asked sarcastically. I do, Hisashi admitted quietly. Oh. It felt like his brain was rewiring itself. Wait, did you just say dash? Hisashi pressed a embrace to the back of his neck. Go to sleep, Sho. Okay. 2 pictures of Izuku later, and Shouta was 20 years old. He hadn't gotten any taller, but he'd gotten broader, his sissy and arms more defined, the fat from childhood that had remained in his face having melted away to reveal sharp features. He was 20 years old when there was a knock on his door, and a woman in a police uniform waited outside. There was also a woman in a flowery dress and a cardigan standing beside her with a clipboard and a stack of paperwork. Shouta frowned at the woman. Can I help you? He asked hesitantly. Hisashi, what did you do now? Yes, you can, the police officer said. Can I come in? Shouta nodded, leading the 2 women to the couch, and was that a kid? And not just any kid. A green-haired kid. The cabbage. I'm going to be blunt with you, Mr. Aizawa, the police officer said. Hisashi Midoriya left his family, giving up custody of Izuku as well, and Inko Midoriya is dead. You're his last living relative. Shouta felt an odd numbness in his hands as the world around him froze, his body drenched in cold. What? He couldn't remember signing the papers, but he must have, because next thing he knew the police officer and the woman in the floral dress were gone and he was alone with the cabbage. Izuku. Not the cabbage. Izuku. Human child. He stared at the child. The child stared back. He looked weary and tired, like he hadn't slept much the past few days. There were dark circles under his round eyes, something Shouta hadn't known was possible for children. His hair, which had already been long and uncontrollable in every picture he'd seen of him, looked as if it hadn't been combed or washed in the past few days. Shouta was reminded of a time long ago, when his mother was still alive and she would rip a brush through his hair. Shouta had the strong urge to reach forward and poke the child. Just to make sure this was all real. Shouta didn't think that would be appreciated. "Hello," he finally said. His voice rumbled in his ear, and he saw the child flinch. Shouta supposed that was understandable. He was rather scary looking on good days, and his voice was quite deep. Had he been the child's age, he'd probably be a bit frightened too. "Hi," Izuku said. The child's voice was high and tinny, and somehow his voice seemed to match his appearance. "My name is Shouta said, because he wasn't sure what else he was supposed to say. "I believe I am your uncle." The child nodded. "What is your name?" He already knew his name, but the child might appreciate pleasantries. Or perhaps not. He didn't know much about Izuku, after all. "Zuku," the child said. Shouta wasn't sure if he just couldn't pronounce all the syllables of his first name or if everyone called him Izuku. He wasn't sure how to ask. "That is a nice name." His voice sounded dry, even to his own ears, and Shouta hoped the child was not offended, since that's how his voice sounded all the time. "Are you going to take care of me now?" His words were clumsy and round, and there were W's where there shouldn't be W's. Shouta wondered if he should get the child in speech therapy. "I think so," Shouta said. "If that's all right with you." But was it even all right with Shouta? Would it be all right with Hisashi? Did he even have a choice at this point, after signing those papers? "Okay," the child said. "Where do I put a child?" "I guess I could put him in the guest bedroom, but that's where Nemuri usually sleeps." "I'll buy a futon," Shouta muttered, "for Nemuri. And you can sleep in the guest bedroom. I'll buy a bed for a child. Or a crib if you still use those at this age. And a dresser." "A child dresser? Do children need dressers?" He dissolved into mutterings and questions directed to no one other than himself, Izuku waiting on the couch for him to finish, gazing at him warily. The boy looked very pale. His freckles stuck out too much. "I'll make food," Shouta decided, quickly standing up. He walked to the kitchen swiftly and took a Tupperware container out of the fridge. He was planning on having it for lunch, but he supposed the child needed it more. He shoved it into the microwave for 30 seconds and leaned against a counter, his arms crossed against his hands gripping his elbows. Hisashi always said that was how he knew when Shouta was anxious or irritated, but Shouta just did it because he found it comforting. It was like being hugged. The child walked into the kitchen from the living room and stood across from him. Large eyes looked at him inquisitively. They were green just like his hair. Just like Inko's eyes. And his father's eyes. Who were both dead. He felt like he could feel clippers buzzing along his scalp. He tugged at a strand of hair. "You're 5 years old?" The boy nodded. "What do 5-year-olds like?" The boy frowned as if in thought. "I like heroes." He said the word heroes, like there was a W just before the O. Shouta felt hope begin to blossom in his He could talk about this. "Like All Might." "I used to like All Might too, when I was your age," Shouta stated. He wasn't quite as popular back then as he is now. But now he's the #1 hero. Again with the added W's. "I'm a hero," Shouta informed him, and Izuku gasped, suddenly looking like an excited puppy. "Underground. I went to UA. That's basically a hero high school. What's your hero name?" Izuku said, practically bouncing in place. Shouta felt himself relax, slightly. This he was good at, because he was Izuku 15 years ago. Starry-eyed and always talking about the heroes of the world. "Eraserhead," Shouta said, and Izuku looked like he might pass out. "I have a chapter for you in my hero notebook," he informed him. The boy, Shouta noted, seemed to add more and more unnecessary W's to words when he was excited. "You can write?" Was he even in school yet? "I'll go get it," Izuku shouted, either ignoring his question or not hearing it through his excitement. He ran into the living room, and Shouta followed him. He ignored the beeping of the microwave behind him. Izuku was digging through his suitcase, throwing clothes aside in search of his hero notebook. His things scattered across the floor, and Shouta couldn't help but wince. He didn't care much for his appearance, really, but when his home was a mess it made him antsy. The boy finally procured his hero notebook and brought it over to him. There were quite a few stickers on the cover, as well as a few drawings done sloppily in crayon. One of them looked like a house. One, he supposed, was supposed to be a horse. He flipped through the notebook until he found a drawing of Eraserhead. The drawing was done in blacks, whites, and muted grays. Black clothing, and the gray of his capture weapon, which looked rather like a snake, or perhaps a scarf done by a blind grandmother. There were black dots on his face, and Shouta thought that was supposed to be his stubble. His eyes were red dots hidden under black hair. The drawing was frowning. At least that was fairly accurate. He looked at the notes on the side. The spelling was dreadful, as was the handwriting, but Shouta managed to make out what it was supposed to. Quirk, erase. Floaty hair. Weakness, dry eyes. Alive. Underground hero. Notes, goes after villains from rooftops. Can do flips and tricks. Good at scarf. It wasn't much, obviously. He wasn't sure if a child could have written more than that, what with children at that age's attention spans being as short as they are. But it was certainly impressive. He tried to keep to the shadows, and do his work quickly and quietly. Not a lot of people knew that a hero named Eraserhead existed. So how had the boy gotten as much information as he had? Had he seen him in action? One thing was for sure. Hisashi would find it utterly hilarious that a child thought his quirk was floaty hair. This is impressive, Shouta said. The child positively beamed. He heard a meow from across the room. Do you like cats? He asked the child. Izuku blinked. Yeah, Izuku said. Go play with my cat. Her name is Takara and she's fat. You like her? I have to make a call. He walked into the kitchen, taking out his phone and dialing Hisashi's number. As he did, he took Izuku's food, still warm, from the microwave, dishing it up onto a plate and setting it on the table for Izuku to eat later. Hisashi answered just before the phone could ring out. Babe? I'm at the radio show. Do you need anything? There's a child playing with our cat. What? My sister is dead, her child belongs to me now, and he is playing with Takara. I'm feeding him leftovers, but I'm not sure what to do with him now. Oh, Hisashi said. Okay, sweetheart, relax. The show wraps up in 20 minutes, and then I'll hurry home, okay? We can talk about it then. Is that all right? Yes, Shouta said. He paused. My sister's dead. I know, I'm sorry, Hisashi said, and he sounded like he meant it. Just try not to think about that right now, okay? I'll be back before the hour's over. Okay, Shouta said. I love you, Zashi. I love you too, Shouta. I'll see you soon. Shouta pressed the yen call button. His hands went back to gripping his elbows as he followed the sounds of Izuku's giggles. Izuku was laying on the floor of the hallway, the cat purring away on his easy as Izuku thread his fingers through her fur. Hello, cabbage, Shouta said. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed at the nickname. There's food on the table. Hisashi made it, so it's good. Please eat it. Izuku nodded, slowly easing the cat off his ihi and standing up. He was rather short, like Shouta had been as a child, and he barely came up to Shuta's hip. Shouta guided him back into the kitchen, and Izuku took a seat at the table. The cat jumped onto the table to follow the boy, but Shouta gave her a gentle nudge and she leapt back down. Shouta walked into the kitchen and grabbed 2 chocolate bars from the cabinet before sitting across from Izuku. Finish the food and you get one of these, Shouta said, setting the bar on the table and ripping into his own chocolate bar. It had been years since he ate just candy for lunch, but with Izuku eating his food he didn't really have much choice. He didn't trust himself to cook without setting something on fire. But you're not eating lunch, Izuku pointed out. The shyness he'd possessed earlier seemed to have vanished now that he'd encountered the cat. This is my lunch. And I'm an adult? It wasn't often he thought of himself as an adult. It sounded fake. How old are you? Izuku asked, taking a bite of his food. I turned 20 last November. That's really old, Izuku noted. Shouta frowned, feeling a little hurt. It's not that old, Shouta said. I'm only 15 years older than you. Wow, Izuku said. Shouta narrowed his eyes. Eat your food, he said, taking a large bite out of his candy bar. He wanted to get out of this topic of conversation. Do you like sports? He hoped not. Not really. Thank God. Shouta tried not to look too relieved at that. Sports meant he would probably have to attend games, and sports games always seemed too loud and too bright. Namuri and Hisashi had taken him to a sports game once. He'd gotten a headache that was so bad, he'd almost thrown up and they'd never suggested it again. Me neither, Shouta confided. They're very... He couldn't find the right word. He moved on. But I was in gymnastics. I like gymnastics? Like flips and stuff? Basically, Shouta said. I did flips on roofs a lot, so my sister put me in gymnastics. Izuku looked very sad suddenly. My mommy put you in gymnastics? He asked, his voice sounding small. Shouta frowned. Yes, he said. She saved up money so I could go. She's probably the reason I'm a pro hero. Izuku sniffled. Are you okay? I miss my mommy, Izuku said, and Shouta felt suddenly incredibly stupid. I'm sorry. About your mother. I miss her too. Can you tell me stories about her? Izuku asked. Someday? Not today, but someday? I miss her, he said. Shouta felt very uncomfortable. He was never very good with crying people, especially not crying children. He wasn't sure what to do in this situation. Hands gripped elbows. How was he supposed to tell the child stories about a woman he hardly remembered? Yes, he said, because he didn't want the child to cry. Izuku wiped his eyes with the sleeves of his sweater. Please stop crying. Izuku's eyes welled up with tears again, and he looked like he was just short of wailing. I'm sorry, he said, and he replaced both R's with those ever-present W's. His face was red from trying to hold in his crying, and it made his smattering of freckles stick out all the more. Shouta didn't know what to do. He didn't want to hug the child, because it might make Izuku uncomfortable, but what if Izuku wanted a hug? Should he get him water? My daddy says boys don't cry. I'll stop crying. He said in a huge breath. No, that's... Words lodged in his throat. He hated words. He had the words, but they were always too round or too sharp, and he never knew how to shave them down so he could say what he wanted to say. You can cry. If you need to cry. I know you're going through a lot. I shouldn't have asked you to. Stop crying. Izuku whimpered. He was still holding his breath, like that would help. Please breathe. He checked his watch. Hisashi's radio show would just be ending now. It took him 30 minutes to drive home. Shouta almost hoped he would speed. He looked at the child's plate. Eat your food and you get chocolate. Chocolate makes me feel better. Izuku nodded, continuing to pick at the food on his plate. His eyes were still red and puffy. Are you married? Izuku asked. Shouta almost choked on a bite of chocolate. No, Shouta said slowly, drawing out the word. I'm 20 years old. That's old enough to get married, Izuku pointed out. Still too young for me, Shouta said. My mommy and daddy were married, before my daddy had to leave for work, Izuku said. I see, Shouta said, feeling something bitter and ugly grow in his gut at the mention of Izuku's father. Maybe it was from his anger at his own father for abandoning him. Maybe he just hated all negligent fathers. Maybe he just disliked Hisashi Midoriya. Maybe all three. I am dating someone, Shouta said. Really? Izuku asked. What's her name? Hisashi. And it's E. We've been together for 4 years now. That's nice, Izuku informed him. Do you love him? He drew out the word love. Very much, Shouta said seriously. Do you want to marry him? This child asked too many questions. Maybe one day. Does he want to marry you? Not sure. Maybe. Why did this child have him questioning his relationship? No more questions, please. Your food's going to get cold, Aizawa said. Remember, if you don't eat your food, you don't get candy. Izuku ate. Shouta unwrapped the candy bar for him. He felt Takara curl up around his feet, her purr vibrating against his ankle. He finished the candy bar much faster than he finished the food. Would you like to play with the cat more? Shouta asked. He would have offered to play a movie, but he wasn't sure if children were supposed to watch TV at that age. The cat was a safe bet, and it would give him a chance to read the file Izuku's caseworker had left before hurrying away. Izuku nodded, and turned onto his stomach, sliding down from his chair. It only reminded him of how small Izuku was. Had he been that short at Izuku's age? Probably shorter. While Izuku sat on the floor and played with the cat, Shouta walked into the living room and sat on the couch. The file was on the coffee table. It reminded him of a day 2 years ago, when he'd gotten the invitation for his parents' funeral. His parents had died in a gas leak, in their home on the other side of Japan. When they'd found them a few days after their death, they had been laying in bed together, holding hands. They'd had a house together. They'd loved each other so much, they had held hands, even in death. Shouta didn't regret his life. He was happy with where he was today, and he wouldn't change anything. That didn't stop the wave of grief that washed over him at the thought of his parents, at the knowledge of why they had left in the first place, at the brief glimpse into a life he never had. He opened Izuku's file. At first, it was just basic stuff. His height 3'0". His weight 17.4 kilograms. Hair color, eye color, green. He was up to date on all his shots. He had 20/20 vision, and he could read and write despite not being in school yet. He flipped through until he found the page about Izuku's parents, Inko, not being about to staunch his curiosity. He turned to the page on Hisashi Midoriya first, not quite able to look at his sisters yet. It said what he already knew. Hisashi Midoriya. Age, height, 6 foot, weight, 170 pounds. The notes: Hisashi Midoriya abandoned Inko and Izuku Midoriya 2 months prior, signing away all his rights, which many believe was the main trigger for Inko's S. He snapped the file shut. He didn't know if he'd be able to read the rest of the word without screaming. The hands gripped his elbows tighter, and he could feel his nails digging into his skin through the fabric of his shirt. Hisashi's fault. My fault? Hisashi's fault. In that moment, Hisashi Midoriya wasn't the annoying brother-in-law or the negligent father who had abandoned his 5-year-old son, 2 years younger than I was, oh God, but a villain. A villain who had, however indirectly, killed his sister. Shouta didn't get angry often. He got irritated a lot, yes, but that was practically in his job description. He was furious. He didn't think he had even been this angry at his parents' funeral. A squeal of laughter sounded behind him. He reopened the file and skipped Inko's section. Notes about Izuku. An intelligent, albeit sensitive, boy. Cries very easily. Quirkless. Found his mother's body. Shouta felt ill. Izuku knew that his mother was dead. That much was obvious. But he didn't know that his dad had left. He thought he was working. Was that what Inko had told him? What Hisashi had told him before he left? What was he supposed to say, should the boy ask where his father was, when his father would come and get him? Quirkless. Was that why Hisashi had left? Who were always different. His father had left him because he was different. No one could quite understand how your mind ticked. How similar were Izuku and Shouta after all? Inko had said, 1,000,000 years ago, that they couldn't figure out how his mind ticked. Had Hisashi made the same excuse for Izuku? He snapped the file just again and threw it on the table like the paper burned. Quirkless. Different. Tick. He scratched at his scalp. He could still feel the buzzing. He wasn't quite sure when Hisashi walked into the house, only that Izuku was sitting on the floor next to the couch rather than on the floor of the kitchen, and he looked concerned. His cat was laying on his feet. Shouta, I'm here, Hisashi said, peeling off his jacket and hanging it up on the coat rack. He was breathing slightly, like he had run up the stairs from the parking lot. Izuku gasped. You're present, Mike, he squeaked. Hisashi grinned, that grin he saved for younger children and fans. Right you are, Hisashi said. He walked over and shook the boy's hand. But please call me Hisashi. What's your name, little listener? Izuku was practically vibrating in place after meeting 2 heroes in one day. Izuku Midoriya, the boy chirped. I have a chapter in my hero notebook about you. Hisashi's eyes widened slightly. Oh really? Can I see it? Yeah, the hyper cabbage said. Let me go look for it. And with that he took off out of the living room. Takara hissed from where she was laying across Shuta's feet. Hisashi sat on the couch next to Shouta. Are you okay, Sho? He asked quietly. Shouta didn't know the answer to that question. He was angry. And his elbows ached. His head was pounding, and so was his heart. And he felt sad, but he didn't think he needed to cry, and that only made him angrier. I don't know, Shouta answered, because he didn't. That's okay, Hisashi said, because it was. Shouta was reminded of green hair pulled back into a bun, red painted lips, and a white kimono. Please stop saying that, Shouta said, feeling 14 years old again. Do you want a hug? Hisashi asked, and he didn't know the answer to that either. He leaned against his shoulder. Hisashi's hand ran through his hair. It felt much better than the buzzing. It didn't sting, and there wasn't any blood dripping down from behind his ear. Izuku ran back into the room, holding his notebook like it was his favorite child. He flipped through the pages until he found Hisashi, shoving the notebook at him afterwards. Shouta thought the drawing of present Mike looked vaguely like a cockatoo. Hisashi obviously thought the same, if his strained smile at the child's drawing was any indication. Quirk, shrieky. Weakness, earache. But pro-hero. Notes, yells until people fall asleep. Well, that's accurate, Shouta noted. Hisashi whacked him. It's very good, Izuku. Especially for someone your age, Hisashi said, smiling at the boy warmly. You did a great job. I especially like my description. Izuku smiled at them, and it was almost blinding. Do you want to be a hero when you grow up? Hisashi asked, giving the boy his full attention. Yes. Izuku said, bouncing up and down. I want to be the best hero ever, and make everyone smile and feel safe. Well, you're already on the right track. Hisashi said. Shouta began to relax into the couch more, now that the child's attention was on Hisashi. Hisashi Yamada was much better with children than Shouta was. His mind wandered away from him as Izuku and Hisashi chatted. Inko was dead. Had they already had her funeral? Izuku had found her. Had he watched her die? If they'd already had her funeral, had Hisashi gone? Surely the social worker would have told him about her funeral, had she not had one yet. Had she been that gone, that she felt the need to kill herself, to leave Izuku alone after Hisashi. But she could have called him. They hadn't been on speaking terms. He hadn't even talked to her since the funeral. And he had been hurt, so hurt, after she'd explained herself, but if she had called him, he would have dropped everything, to help her. Inko, why didn't you just call? He sighed, his head falling back against the back of the couch. Why did he keep asking himself questions he already knew the answer to? He looked up. Izuku looked a little upset, and Hisashi a bit awkward, and Shouta immediately regretted not following the conversation more closely. Well, that's okay. Hisashi said. You can still make a difference without a quirk. Sho fights Quirkless all the time, and he's one of the best heroes I've ever met. Hisashi poked him, looking at him expectantly. Shouta blinked. What was he supposed to say to that? Yes, Shouta said. It is possible to be a hero without a quirk. Completely plausible. It just means you'll have to work harder than the rest to train, like I did. He thought for a moment. If you'd like to be a hero, I can get you into some gymnastics and self-defense classes. Or if you want, I can just help you myself. It's no trouble. I have too much free time, anyway. Izuku's eyes widened. And then he barreled forward, wrapping his arms around Shuta's waist and burying his face in his Shouta gasped, arms lying stiff at his sides. Thank you, Mr. Shouta. Something thick and uncomfortable settled into his as he remembered a time a lot like this one, long ago. Shouta rolled around on the rooftop, doing little cartwheels and flips, breathing from the exertion. He looked up at his sister after he rolled onto his back, and his smile was blindly, long strands of black hair falling into dark brown eyes. Inko smiled down at him. You're getting pretty good at that, she noted, sitting down on the rooftop next to him. The 5-year-old grinned, sitting up and crossing his legs across from her. Yes. Shouta agreed, pushing hair out of his face. I will be the greatest flipper of all time. And the greatest hero. I will. I'm sure you will, Shouta, Inko said, a soft hand reaching out and pushing a strand of hair out of his face. So, I was wondering, you have talent? Shouta nodded eagerly. Would you like to take gymnastics? Yes, I'd love to. He frowned. But we don't got the money. Mommy says stuff like that's expensive. She leaned in close, conspiratively. That's true, she said quietly. But I have the money. Shouda's eyes widened. And if you're good, like really good, and you make good marks in school and you're nice for mom and dad, I'd be happy to pay for your lessons. Yes, I will. I'll be the best boy ever. And I'll be super smart at school. And I'll make you proud at gymnastics too, he shouted gleefully, hands flapping in his excitement. Inko ruffled his hair. I know you will, little hero. Shouta, his face looking like it might split from his smile, lunged forward, hugging his sister close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shouta swallowed thickly as he slowly patted Izuku's back. Just call me Uncle Sho, kid. Getting Izuku settled in was overwhelming. They had to buy the boy a bed, first. The child couldn't sleep on the couch forever. And Izuku had told him that he loved All Might, so Shouta had gotten All Might sheets for him, but when he saw the sheets on the newly assembled bed he had started crying because they reminded him of home, so Shouta had to go back to the loud, bright, crowded store to buy him new sheets. The guest bedroom was painted green. Shouta liked the color because it was dark and made the room seem colder at night, and it helped him fall asleep. The rooms being as dark as possible were important for both Shouta and Hisashi. Shouta because his eyes often ached from his quirk and, when he got overwhelmed, it was quite easy to trigger a headache, and Hisashi because he got frequent headaches from the sheer volume of his own quirk. But Izuku didn't like green because it reminded him of Inko, and whenever he was reminded of Inko he cried, so Shouta had to go back to the med store to buy new paint for Izuku's, and, after Izuku had so kindly pointed out the color's resemblance to Inko's hair, his own room, light blue and dark navy. He, Hisashi, and Namuri, who was utterly delighted to meet the newest addition of the household, had to spend the entire weekend painting, and the smell of the paint was too sharp and too chemical like that med cologne that the boys at UA used to wear, which brought him right back to the headache issue. Then, after looking through the child's things, they discovered that Izuku needed new clothes and an armoire to put things, so Shouta, Hisashi, and Izuku had to go back to that godforsaken store to buy him pajamas, jeans, t-shirts, and formal clothing. And the worst thing was, they would have to go back to the hellscape that was the store in the next few months to buy Izuku his uniform for school. It was exhausting mentally and physically, in all the worst ways. But they got it done, and Izuku's, and Shouta's, room was finally, blissfully done the following Monday. It was painted a light, sky blue. The sheets matched the walls and were patterned with clouds and little smiley faces. He had a net hanging from one corner of the ceiling that held a variety of stuffed toys and action figures. The armoire and his dresser held all his clothes, old and new, and the closet held extra sheets and blankets, as well as shoes. Overall, they looked nice. They had their first real dinner on Monday night, and, after so much shopping and painting, it was quite possibly the best thing Shouta had ever tasted. Namuri's absence was painstakingly obvious to the adults. The purple-haired woman had joined them for almost every dinner she had time for. But, what with Izuku being so new to the house and so overly sensitive after his excitement over living with heroes and the grief after losing his mother had truly started settling in, they didn't want to overwhelm him with Namuri's presence. After all, the child had only met Namuri once and had almost fainted. As Shouta ate the food Hisashi had prepared, he couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't crying. Izuku could hardly go an hour without tearing up. The bright, happy child they had encountered for a few precious hours had long since faded away to a sniffling little boy with watery eyes and a near-constant pained look on his face. And Shouta was sad, but he couldn't bring himself to cry for the woman. For years, Shouta had considered Inko his best friend. Even after she had left him for Hisashi, and the only way he'd known she even still remembered him were the letters that appeared in his mail periodically. He had loved Inko. He had really, truly loved her. And he thought he still did, despite everything. But he couldn't bring himself to mourn for her, not really. The Inko he knew had died the day she left him for her boyfriend. He had grieved for her after the wedding, and he had buried the image of the woman she was into the far recedes of his mind at the funeral. The old Inko's casket had been lowered to the ground when he'd said goodbye to the woman for the last time, 2 years ago, 2 million years ago, and it had been buried far away under a landfill of hurt, left to rot in a place he didn't like to think about. And he couldn't mourn for her more than he already had. Hisashi was chatting excitedly to Izuku, keeping it up even if the boy only responded in hums or grunts. Hisashi seemed to be making it his mission to distract the boy, never getting discouraged. Shouta was reminded once again of how good Hisashi was with kids. May I be excused, please? W's. You haven't finished your food, Shouta said. I'm not very hungry, Izuku admitted. I'll put your food in the fridge in case you want it later, Shouta acquiesced. I probably won't. The child seemed to replace every R with a W. I'll put it in the fridge. Izuku nodded, turning over in the chair onto his belly and sliding to the floor. Are you going to sleep? Hisashi called after him. Yeah, Izuku called from down the hall, and it sounded a little choked. We'll see you in the morning, little listener. Hisashi called. His response was the door to Izuku's room clicking shut. He's crying, Shouta noted. His mother just died, Hisashi responded, taking another bite of his food. He was the one that found her after she. Shouta cleared his throat. I know, I read the file. I really am sorry. I'm not sure how that will affect him. We could look into psychiatrists if he needs them. Needs someone to talk to? Holding stuff like that in isn't healthy, is it? No, Hisashi said. It's actually pretty bad for you. Talking about what's bothering you is supposed to make things easier. He took a sip of water. Do you need to talk about things? Did he? His sister had died. He could talk about that. Probably needed to. Or about Inko leaving. About his parents leaving. That hadn't really been addressed, had it? This isn't about me, Shouta finally said. This shouldn't be about me. We're talking about the kid, now. There's no shame in talking about what's bothering you. We need to talk to Izuku, Shouta said. Soon. Not tonight. But tomorrow. Or the next day. Just soon. About Inko. Hisashi. He thinks the reason his dad's not here is because of work. Is that what you thought when your dad left? Is that what your mom told you? Hisashi asked, never one to drop a topic of conversation. Hisashi. This isn't about me, Shouta said. I dealt with my problems years ago. Focus on the bigger issue here. So your problems aren't important? Is that it? Hisashi asked. It's just a question, Shouda's irritation was replaced by a thrum of anxiety between one heartbeat and the next. He didn't want to talk about this. He didn't. His hands gripped at his arms involuntarily, fingers tapping at his elbows. Hisashi. You are making me very uncomfortable. Please stop. And Shouta hadn't had to say something like that in years. At UA, not a lot of kids liked Shouta. He'd replaced one of the most well-liked kids in the school with his transfer to the hero course. Of course they didn't. They liked to tease him and shove him around in the hallways and go just a little too far in hero training because they knew it would bother him and knew that he got overwhelmed easily. On one such occasion, they pushed him over the edge so far he'd ended up screaming at a student, head pounding with a headache and stomach twisting like he was about to be sick. Shouta had regretted the incident, since the rumors after the events had spread like wildfire afterwards, and everyone seemed to walk on eggshells around him, even his best friends. It was far worse than being teased. But he, Nemuri, and Hisashi had worked out a system. If a person was overwhelming him, beginning to push him into that state where it felt like an ice pick was splitting into his head and his heart was racing and he felt like he was about to be sick, then all he'd have to say was, "You are making me uncomfortable. Please stop." And if they didn't, Nemuri or Hisashi would step in to help him. He hadn't had to say anything along those lines in over 3 years. And never to Hisashi. Hisashi's eyes widened. Okay, Hisashi said. I'm sorry. I'll stop. Thank you, Shouta said, running a fist over his sternum, as if that would make his teeth stop hurting. Don't thank me, Hisashi said. You didn't want to talk about that, and I pressured you. I shouldn't have done that. No, you shouldn't have, Shouta said bluntly. Hisashi smiled sadly. It won't happen again. It probably will, Shouta said knowingly. Then I'll make an effort not to do it again. Shouta nodded. Sighed. I'm tired, he said. Okay, Hisashi said. He checked his watch. It's pretty late, so, how about you go to bed now? I'll keep my patrol tonight short, and I'll be back by morning? Okay, Shouta said. He and Hizashi grabbed their plates, placing them in the sink to be washed later, and walked toward their shared bedroom, Shouta to get ready for bed, and Hizashi to get dressed for patrol. "Be safe," Shouta said as he pulled a sleep shirt over his head. "Always," Hizashi said. They hugged each other. Hizashi pressed an embrace to his cheek as he did so, before Hizashi walked out of the room, closing the bedroom door behind him. Shouta heard the front door click shut across the apartment. Shouta sat on the edge of his bed, hands stapled together in front of him. The aching in his cysti was gone now. Only sleepiness pulling at his eyelids, though that, admittedly, was fairly normal. It was only 8. Was Izuku asleep yet? He stood up quickly, shaking the jitters out of his hands and walking to Izuku's room across the hall. He eased the door open slowly, hinges creaking. "Are you asleep?" Shouta called. He got a sniffle in response. Awake and crying. The night was going splendidly. "Would you like water?" "Yeah," Izuku said after a moment of silence. Shouta walked away from the room, returning a moment later with a small bottle of cold water, which he opened before handing to the child. "Drink. Crying makes you dehydrated. And it'll help you sleep?" Izuku nodded, taking a small sip of the water. "Where's Zashi?" Izuku asked between sips of water. "Patrol," Shouta said. "I was about to go to bed but I thought I should check up on you." "So I did." "Thank you," Izuku said. Shouta frowned. "Don't thank me for looking after you," Shouta said. Izuku blinked. There were still tear tracks on his face. "You should probably wipe your face." Izuku wiped his face with the long sleeves of his pajamas. "Better. Are you actually tired or did you just leave because you needed to?" Izuku shrugged. Shouta nodded. "I'm tired," Shouta said. Izuku looked guilty, for a moment. "But I can't sleep until you sleep. So I'll read to you." Isn't that what parents do in movies? His parents had never read to him, but maybe it would help Izuku get to sleep? Or would he start crying again? "What books do you like?" Shouta asked before he could start questioning his choices more. "Comics," Izuku said. "You do not think it's possible to read a comic book out loud?" Shouta said. "I think Hizashi has children's books. He likes to read them at hospitals. I'll look for them." He walked out of the room stiffly, returning a few minutes later with a book about a tortoise and a hare. "I like this one." They read together, Izuku asking a few questions as they went along. Shouta was leaning against the headboard of Izuku's bed as he read, and the child sat beside him. Eventually, the child leaned against him so he could see the pictures better. Shouta was uncomfortable at first, but the child was warm and he relaxed soon afterward. It didn't take long for Izuku to fall asleep, leaning heavily against Shouta's side, the pro-hero's arm pinned under the child. He sighed. He couldn't move now, not after just getting the kid to sleep. He put the book aside, looking up at the ceiling. Hizashi would free him when he got home. Probably. Izuku's hair was long. He'd have to take the boy to get it trimmed at some point. His eyelids felt heavier, like they had before he'd gone into Izuku's room. It wouldn't hurt to rest his eyes for a bit. Just until Hizashi got home. They fell closed. When he woke up, he was covered in a gray blanket. The child was still asleep next to him, but he had shifted in the night, sleeping in the space below his arm instead of on his arm. Shouta slowly pushed the blanket aside, easing his way out of the bed. When he opened the door, he heard something clunking around in the kitchen. Hizashi was flitting around in the space, dishing up plates. "What is it?" Shouta asked, grabbing a mug from the cabinet for coffee. "Onigiri," Hizashi replied. On the plastic plate, which he assumed was Izuku's, the onigiri had a little smiley face drawn on it. Shouta set his mug by the coffee maker and grabbed the food, putting his and Hizashi's in their usual places and Izuku's in the spot he had claimed as his own. "Should I wake up the cabbage?" Shouta asked. "Probably. I'll get our coffee fixed if you take care of him." Shouta nodded, walking back to the boy's room. He knocked on the still open door. "Wake up." Izuku groaned. "There's food." Izuku mumbled something incomprehensible. "If you don't wake up, I'm eating your food." No, he wouldn't. "Cabbage. Wake up time. Come on." The boy sighed, sitting up slowly and slipping off the bed. "I have to get dressed," Izuku informed him. Shouta nodded, leaving the room and shutting the door behind him. Hisashi was sitting at the table, sipping his coffee. Shouta sat across from him and began to drink his own, his hands feeling less dull and tingly with sleep after getting his caffeine fix. The child walked out of his room a moment later, and he and Hisashi's eyes widened when he saw him. The child was wearing bright yellow breathes, and since when had he gotten yellow breathes? And a dark red t-shirt. His feet were enclosed in electric green socks, and his hair was an absolute mess. Even Shouta, who knew next to nothing about clothes or how they matched, could tell that wasn't it. I think I should have picked out his clothes, Shouta said. Hisashi nodded slowly. Izuku climbed up onto his chair, leaning his head on his hand and taking a big bite of his food. Hisashi and Shouta slowly turned back to their own food, talking quietly amongst themselves. I think we should cut Izuku's hair, Shouta said. And start researching schools? Hisashi hummed. Do you want a haircut? Shouta asked. Izuku looked slightly uncomfortable at the prospect. We wouldn't be shaving it or anything. A trim, at most, to make it easier to manage. Your hair is long, Izuku said. I'm an adult. And my hair doesn't go in all directions. Your argument is null. We're not going to cut it if you won't want to, Hisashi cut in. It just might look better and be easier to take care of if we trimmed it a little shorter. Okay. Izuku. But not shaved. He said the last part sternly, like that needed to be clearly expressed before they proceeded. Of course, Hisashi said. I'll call a hairstylist. But in the meantime, kid, you gotta change your clothes? Why? Izuku asked through a bite of food, making a mess everywhere. Shouta passed him a napkin. Hisashi said, clearly trying to find a way to phrase it nicely. They don't exactly match. You look like a stoplight. Shouta. Oh, Izuku said. But I like my clothes. At least change the breathes. But I like yellow. Shouta shrugged. Then the shirt. But Unki Sho, I like this shirt. Shouta froze. Did you just call me Unkai Sho? Oh my goodness, that was the cutest thing I've ever heard. Can I please keep my clothes, Unkai Sho? Izuku said, flashing him puppy dog eyes. He knew what he was doing. Shouta was sure of it. Shouta narrowed his eyes right back. Well, at least the child wasn't crying for once. Change your socks. Izuku grinned, jumping up and hugging Shuta's arm before barreling back to his new bedroom to, presumably, get new socks. Did you buy him yellow breathes? Why on earth would I buy him yellow breathes? Shouta sighed. It's too early for this. Set the appointment with the hairdresser, please. Hisashi pulled out his phone just as Izuku came back into the room, this time, mercifully, wearing black socks, to finish his breakfast. The phone call lasted a good 5 minutes before Hisashi hung up, smiling. We've got you scheduled for 2 hours from now, little listener. Hisashi said. How about you go and brush your teeth and then we can watch a movie until it's time to go, yeah? Izuku nodded, quickly eating the last bits of his food, before walking back down the hallway to the bathroom. Do you mind combing his hair while I do the dishes, Sho? Hisashi asked. We can't take him to the hairdresser's with his hair all tangled up. Shouta nodded, standing up. He knocked on the bathroom door before entering. Izuku was sitting on the sink so he could see the mirror above it while he brushed his teeth, precariously close to the edge. I've got to brush your hair, Shouta said. Izuku spit out his toothpaste. This one's non-negotiable, cabbage. My head hurts when people brush it, Izuku said. Shouta sighed. I know. I'll try not to yank it, okay? I know it hurts. My mommy said I'm tender-headed, Izuku said. You probably are, Shouta replied. I don't know about Inko, but it used to take a lot of trouble to get my hair brushed when I was your age. Still hurts a lot. But I'll try and be careful, okay, kid? Izuku nodded. He turned around and faced the mirror, and Shouta stood behind him. He sprayed a surplus of water onto the boy's hair and tried to carefully run a comb through small sections of hair rather than trying to run a brush through the entire thing, stopping when he saw the child wince in the mirror. You're good at this, Izuku said. My mommy had to hurry to get to work a lot, so it always pulled and hurt me. Shouta winced. He remembered a brush tearing through tangled hair, crying at school because the ache in his swollen scalp was nigh unbearable. The the sound of hair ripping through the bristles of a brush. Yes, I know. It's horrible, isn't it? Your grandmother used to do the same thing to me. Until she started shaving it all off. Really? Izuku said. When he said it, it sounded a lot like he was trying to say wheelie. I don't remember Grandma much. She went to heaven when I was really little. Shouta sighed. I don't remember much of her either. He combed a tangle out of the last strand. Done. Do you need help getting down? Shouta said, putting the comb and spray bottle back into their original places. Yes, please. Shouta grabbed the boy under his armpits and hauled him down from the counter, setting him down on the ground carefully. He wasn't sure how durable children were. Thank you, Unkai Sho. Shouta wondered if the child was just going to call him Unkai Shot from now on. It's no trouble. The ride to the hairdresser's wasn't a long one, maybe 30 minutes or so, thanks to the traffic in the city. Short enough for Shouta and Hisashi to get there and get back quickly before Shuta's patrol shift. Izuku became friends with the hairdresser immediately. Hisashi's hairdresser was a petite woman with purple and blue dyed hair cut into a pixie cut and tattoos that ran up the expanse of her arms. She was funny, to adults and children, and she didn't try and patronize Izuku because he was so young. Shouta thought he would have liked to have her as a hairdresser, had he not cut his hair himself. When they told him they just wanted a trim for Izuku, she got to work. It was done fairly quickly, since it wasn't that complicated of a haircut, the hairdresser, the cabbage and Hisashi talking amongst themselves while Shouta watched her cut Izuku's hair. In a matter of 15 minutes, they had paid the woman and they were back in the car heading to a fast food place for a quick bite to eat before heading home. They got the food through the drive-thru and ate it in the parking lot of the restaurant, Izuku falling asleep in his car seat in the middle of eating. Hisashi? Shouta said while they drove home. Hisashi said, using the turn signal. No one knew. Hisashi blinked at him confusedly. What? When my father left, no one knew. He was already gone so much, we just thought he was off doing whatever he did when he wasn't home. We only realized he left for good when he'd been gone for 3 months. Shouta, you don't have to dash. You asked, Shouta said. And I didn't think my dad left because of work because he didn't work. And my mom wasn't at home enough or really cared enough to sugarcoat things to give me an excuse. That just wasn't how we worked. Oh, yes. Oh, you said you weren't comfortable talking about that. Why did you? Because I love you, and I wanted to be honest, Shouta said. And because I didn't want you to ask again. The drive home was quiet. Izuku loved his dad. Dad always took Izuku and Kaken to the park every Wednesday after work, and then took them to get their favorite ice creams from the ice cream shop. On the weekends, he always found the time to spend with Izuku, whether it be watching movies, playing catch in the yard, teaching him to play catch, or going out for food. On his birthdays, his dad always took him out to adventure parks or superhero museums. He helped him with his quirk analysis notebooks, and he helped design Izuku's future hero costume. Dad was Izuku's favorite person in the entire world. Sure, there were some things that Izuku didn't like. He didn't like it when his dad came home every day and asked him if his quirk had come in yet, since he already felt kind of bad about not having one yet when his entire preschool class's quirks had developed. He didn't like when his dad told him not to cry, because mommy cried when she got sad too and dad never said anything to her. He didn't like when dad had to go on business trips because mommy was always extra sad when he did, and he didn't like the days after his birthday, when dad got all mad at mommy and mommy hid in her room. Mommy and dad always argued around his birthday. Mommy had a brother that dad didn't like because he was a freak. Izuku didn't know what a freak was, but the kids at preschool who had already gotten their quirk called him it sometimes and it didn't sound very nice. Izuku was 5 years old when mommy took him to the doctor and the doctor told him he couldn't be a hero. The doctor had said he had something wrong with his foot, a bone or something, and it meant he couldn't have a quirk. Mommy had cried and cried and cried. When dad had found out, he was mad. He and mommy had argued, again, like they always did when dad got mad, but this time it wasn't about mommy's freaked brother, it was about Izuku. When the yelling finally died down, the house was really quiet except for mommy's crying, but Izuku was too scared to go and check on her. Then he'd heard something heavy dragging across the floor in front of his bedroom, and the door was slammed shut, and mommy had only cried harder. When Mommy had stopped crying and Izuku had come out of his room, Mommy told him that Dad had gone to work and that he wouldn't be able to come home for a few days. Izuku had wanted to ask Mommy how many days, but Mommy looked like she might start crying again, so he didn't. Izuku started counting days on the calendar after that, until Dad could come home and he, Kaken and Dad could go to the park together like they always did and eat ice cream. But the day that Izuku's dad usually took them out for ice cream came and went, and Dad still didn't come home, so Izuku started counting down to the next day, and the next. Kaken asked Izuku if his quirk had come in yet, and Izuku had tearfully explained that his foot was weird so he couldn't have a quirk, and Kaken had looked at him weird, like he was unsure of something. The next day, Kaken looked like he was upset about something and wouldn't even look at Izuku. The day after that, he started acting mean every time Izuku tried to talk to him. Mommy started working more since Dad's work hadn't given him any more money, and she didn't have any more time in the morning to help Izuku take a bath and brush his hair, and Izuku didn't know how, so he couldn't. The kids at his preschool called him gross, and it made Izuku feel gross too, and that just made him sadder. Izuku had had a friend in Kaken, but now Kaken didn't want to talk to him, and no one else wanted to talk to him because he was a freak, and because he was quirkless, and because he was gross, and Dad's trip for work was really far away so he was never home to spend time with Izuku anymore, and Mommy was always working and crying, and it felt like Izuku didn't have anyone. Mommy didn't come home for dinner one night, so Izuku tried to wait until she did. But after a while his tummy started hurting, and he couldn't wait anymore because it felt like he might be sick. So he got bread from the counter and he tried to get peanut butter from the shelf, but he couldn't reach it. All he had for dinner that night was bread, and since Mommy wasn't around to see him do it, he ate it on the floor in front of the TV while he watched cartoons. Mommy had come home, but she was really tired and had fallen asleep in front of the TV and wouldn't eat any of the bread Izuku brought her for dinner. Izuku had curled up next to her and fell asleep, because he was lonely and it looked like Mommy was too. His dad had been gone for a whole month. Izuku counted the days off on the calendar. When he'd been gone for a month, Mommy got really sad and stopped leaving her room, even to go to work. She always said she was too tired, and she wouldn't drive Izuku to preschool so Izuku had to walk all the way there. He'd felt like a grown-up after, and he'd told his mommy all about it, but she'd just told him to go to his room and play with his toys and went back to sleep. He'd waited for her to make him something to eat for dinner, but she hadn't, so he ate bread again. Everyone at preschool started teasing Izuku more because he was gross, so Izuku tried to take a shower like a big kid. But the water was too hot, and then it was too cold, so he'd had to hurry to take his shower, and when he'd gotten out, there was still lots of soap in his hair. He didn't want to get back in the shower though, so he tried to clean it all out with a towel, but it hadn't worked and he'd had to go to school with the soap sud still in. Everyone had teased him more after that. Izuku thought Mommy was so sad because Dad had to go on the business trip to make lots of money. Only, he must not have made that much money, because every time he came home from school he'd find lots of bills on the mat marked urgent, and since Mommy was too sad to go to work and Dad's job never gave them any more money, they went unpaid. It made Izuku scared, because he'd watched a cartoon on the TV where a family wasn't able to pay their bills, and they'd ended up homeless and living outside. Izuku had been camping once, but that was in the middle of the woods, not the city. And he didn't know if he'd like to go camping outside forever. Mommy slept a lot, now, instead of crying. Sometimes Mrs. Bakugo would visit his mommy, and at first she tried to help, but then she was yelling at her, and after she yelled at her she yelled at him, and said that it was his fault Dad had left. Izuku wondered if it really was his fault Dad had gone on a business trip, and his fault Mommy always cried now or slept. At preschool, he decided he wanted to make Mommy feel better, so he'd made a card. He'd made it with pink and blue construction paper and lots of glitter. Even Kaken had helped a little, once he told him why he was making it, and had helped him spell the words. And he had the teacher look at his note. She'd said it was very nice and his handwriting was excellent. Izuku wasn't sure what excellent meant, but it sounded better than freak, so he figured that was a good thing. He had shown Mommy the card, but Mommy hadn't even looked at it. She told him to set it on her nightstand and that she'd look at it later, but when he came back a couple hours later with food for her, she hadn't even opened it. When he'd asked her when she would, she told him to go to his room and to leave her alone. Izuku didn't know why, but he missed his mommy. She was always in her bedroom, laying in bed and sleeping, but still he missed her. She didn't act like she used to, she didn't make him dinner anymore, or help him with his drawings. She didn't tell him stories about superheroes, or watch movies with him. She didn't smile at him and ruffle his hair anymore. She didn't do anything. It was like with his toy robot. When he was all charged, he was able to play and do tricks and walk around, but when his battery was low, he got slow and glitchy. Maybe he just had to find Mommy's charger. Until then, however, he would focus on his hero analysis notebooks. He had just started a chapter on Present Mike, and he loved Present Mike. He didn't find Mommy's charger in time. In the next couple weeks, while Dad was away on his business trip longer and longer, Mommy had said weeks ago that he'd gone to America, but America couldn't be that far away, could it? And Mommy's batteries got lower and lower. She didn't talk to Izuku anymore when he tried to get her attention, barely moved. The most he could get her to do was sip some water. At first, Izuku had thought Mommy's charger might be food, so he'd brought her dry cereal. The bread had long since gone dry and moldy. But Mommy didn't want the dry cereal, and how was Izuku supposed to get her up and moving and playing with him if she wouldn't eat? So he'd looked for another way to charge Mommy's batteries. He tried to play Mommy's favorite songs on pots and pans with wooden spoons, singing an off-key version of the music. Mommy had just told him to go away. He'd tried reading to her, and he had done a good job too. He even knew most of the words, but Mommy didn't like that either. She was getting skinny, and when she opened her eyes they always looked so tired and sad. Izuku wasn't sure how to get Mommy back to normal. How was he supposed to get Mommy back to normal if she wouldn't even look at him? He tried to call Mrs. Bakugu, but she'd hung up on him. He tried to talk to Kaken at school, but he just frowned at him sadly, looking uncomfortable to be near him, before yelling at him when he wouldn't go away. He'd gone to his teacher, because everyone said you were always supposed to go to your teacher when you had problems, and he'd told her that Mommy's batteries were low and she wouldn't even eat anymore, but the teacher thought he was telling stories and told him to go sit back down at his table. How was he supposed to help Mommy if no one would help him? He remembered his uncle, the one Mommy and Dad liked to argue about, the one that Dad always called a freak, and he thought it might be an okay idea to call him, but he couldn't find his contact number. He didn't even know his name. So, he grabbed Mommy's phone and he called Dad. The phone had rung. And rung. And rung. It had rung and rung until it left at a voicemail. He tried calling again. No response. Why wasn't Dad answering? But he remembered what his teacher had once said about Americans sleeping on a different schedule since they lived so far away. So he waited until it was really late, midnight. That was the longest he'd ever stayed up in his life. And tried to call again. If he was right, then it would be 6 a.m. in America and Dad would be getting ready for work. But he got the same response. So he'd waited an hour and he'd called again. And again. And again. He'd left voicemails too, dozens. Some of them he was saying hi, some of them he was begging for help, some of them he was just crying because he couldn't get any words out. And he'd regretted it too, after he did it because Dad had told him over and over again. Boys don't cry, Aizu, stop crying, you're not a girl, are you? But he couldn't stop crying because there was something wrong with Mommy and please pick up the phone, Daddy please. And Dad didn't pick up the phone. He fell asleep listening to Dad's voice, Dad's ringtone, and the deep timbre of it was almost comforting, almost like those nights when he was little when Dad would sing him to sleep. Almost. But that was just a recording, and Dad wasn't there. Mommy got up one day, and Izuku thought he'd finally gotten her batteries charged again. She'd walked into the living room, and she'd sat at the table, and she'd looked so tired and so sad, but Izuku could work with that because at least she was moving. Izuku had brought her dry cereal and a cup of water. All the other food, the milk, the eggs, the cheese, the leftovers, had all gotten gross and slimy and smelly, and Izuku had had to throw it away. Mommy had eaten the cereal, and she even thanked Izuku and smiled, just a little, but she had smiled. And Izuku felt so happy. It was the happiest he'd felt since Dad had gone on his business trip and Mommy's battery had started dying. Izuku had run to get Mommy the mail when it was delivered, and brought it to her with a grin on his face, just happy to be helping now that Mommy was up. Mommy seemed to get more and more tired as she looked through the envelopes. Her face had gotten paler too, and she'd looked a lot like she had a couple days ago. Battery dying. Laying there. except worse. She'd smiled at him, embraced his forehead, commented that he really needed a shower. "My goodness, Izuku, you'll have to take one this evening, won't you? There's no time now," and sent him off to school. Izuku had asked Mommy to drive him, but Mommy said she couldn't, said she had to take care of something and, "You're such a big boy, Aizu, Mommy's great strong boy, now, you can take yourself to school, can't you?" So Izuku walked. The school day had passed by quickly, since he was so happy. He'd grinned at Kaken, and Kaken had smiled back, just a little, before frowning and turning toward his coloring sheet. The teacher had said good morning to him. The school had had Izuku's favorite for lunch that day, and not even his classmates' teasing could dim his mood. He'd practically skipped home, excited to see Mommy's batteries charged, excited to play, and watch movies and just spend time with Mommy. When he came home, he found Mommy back in bed and his heart sank. But maybe she was just taking a nap? He'd reached over to shake Mommy's shoulder, and her skin was ice cold. He let out a startled yelp. He didn't know what to do, because Mommy was so cold. Why was she so cold? What could he do? He'd ran into the hallway and grabbed as many blankets as he could carry, and he dumped them onto Mommy, tucked her under them. Mommy was still sleeping, and when he touched her face she was still cold. Why couldn't the blankets get her warm? He ran out of the apartment, heading to his next-door neighbor's house, telling her that his Mommy was cold. "She won't wake up, Mommy won't wake up, and I can't get her warm." The neighbor called an ambulance and gave him a cookie to nibble on. And he'd relaxed, because the ambulance people were supposed to help people who were sick. They would help Mommy, and they'd make her feel all better again. He had nothing to worry about. They'd wake her up and give her hot cocoa to get her warm, and they'd figure out why she was so sad and tired now and why her batteries kept getting low. After an hour, a lady in a flower dress and a police officer came to pick him up from the neighbor's house, the neighbor sending him off with another cookie. The lady in the flower dress said they were going to drive for a long time and that they'd drop her off at his uncle's house. Because Mommy's batteries were dead. Shouda's phone rang just as they walked through the front door. Hisashi was holding the child. Izuku braced on his hip, little head leaning against his shoulder. His hair was shorter, obviously so, but it still looked nice. In Hisashi's other hand, he held a large cup of soda that he'd gotten from the fast food place they'd just gotten back from. Shouta raised an eyebrow. "Who's calling you? People never call you." Shouta thought he should be offended, but it was true. The only person who could reasonably be expected to call him was Namuri, and she hardly did because she knew he didn't like talking on the phone. He checked the number. It was unknown, but it wasn't marked as spam. He sighed before answering. "Shouta Aizawa." "Yes, hello, Mr. Aizawa," a woman on the other side of the line said. "Yes. This is Izuku's social worker. I was just calling to check in and ask some questions." "All right. How's he settling in?" "Fine. He just got a haircut, and he likes the cat." "That's good. That's great. Have you gotten him everything he needs?" "We've arranged his room. He has a bed, a dresser, and an armoire. He also has lots of toys." That was Hisashi's doing. "Is that all?" "Not quite," the woman said cheerfully. "Has Izuku attended his mother's funeral yet?" "No," Shouta said. "I thought that had already taken place." "Mr. Aizawa, Izuku's mother died the day before he came to live with you," the woman said. "It was your job to arrange the funeral as her remaining living next of kin." "Oh." Shouta thought for a moment. "I don't know how to do that." "I'll give you some numbers to call, to help you out," the woman said easily. She listed off a few phone numbers for funeral homes, and Shouta quickly wrote them down. "Is that all?" Shouta asked. "I have to get going. I'm busy and I'm already behind schedule." "Yes, Mr. Aizawa, that's all I wanted to know," the woman said. "I'll be going to your house soon, though, to check up on Izuku personally. It's protocol." "I'm aware," Shouta said. "Goodbye." He hung up the phone, slipping it back in his pocket. "I have to plan a funeral," he informed Hisashi. "I'm not sure how to do that. But I have phone numbers now." "That's good," Hisashi said quietly, carefully easing Izuku down and laying him on the couch. He took a blanket from the back of the couch and covered him with it. "I'll help you in any way I can." "I appreciate it," Shouta said. He glanced at the clock on the wall. "I'll be late for my shift." "Better hurry," Hisashi said. Hizashi pulled on his hero costume, which was really just a black tracksuit and his capture weapon, before putting his goggles on. Hizashi hugged him, like he always did before one of them had a shift. Be safe. And text me if you won't be able to come home before dinner, so I can put it in the fridge for you. Shouta nodded, leaving the apartment after quietly easing the door shut behind him. As soon as he was out of the apartment building, he took to an alley and climbed up to a roof. When Shouta returned home hours later, adrenaline still thrumming through his veins and sporting a few scrapes and bruises from a scuffle with a robber, Hizashi and Izuku were watching a movie on the couch. There was a bowl of popcorn sitting between them. His shoulders slumped as soon as he got inside the apartment and his arms felt like lead as he lifted the heavy capture weapon from his shoulders and hung it up. "Hi, Unkai-sho," Izuku called from the couch. Hizashi called, "Hey babe," at around the same time. "Hello, child," Shouta said, collapsing on the couch next to Hizashi. The man in question started playing with his hair. "Rough patrol?" Hizashi asked. "Tiring. I'll be fine. I'm just very tired. You should probably go back and try to get some sleep," Hizashi said. It felt like he was braiding a strand of his hair. "You've got a busy day tomorrow, right?" He was supposed to plan a funeral. That was happening. Shouta said, slowly standing up from the couch. "Your dinner's in the fridge. I'm not hungry. Lunch for tomorrow then." Shouta walked towards the hallway that held all of their bedrooms before stopping just at the entrance. He checked his watch. 7. Probably too early to send the kid to bed, and the kid's bedtime was at 8 o'clock, and Hizashi's shift started around 30 minutes after that. He was so tired. "Child," Shouta said. Izuku turned around on the couch to look at him. "It's almost your bedtime dash," he had to fight back a yawn, "so why don't you get ready for bed and I'll read you something?" Izuku frowned, slightly. "But, me and Unkai-zashi are watching a movie. Sleep is important. Especially for cabbages." Hizashi snorted, and Izuku just looked even more confused at the ever-present nickname. "Bedtime. Hizashi has a shift soon, and his hair alone takes an inordinate amount of time to fix." Hizashi pouted, clearly offended. "What's inordinate mean?" Izuku asked, sounding the word out slowly. "Unusual. An unusual amount of time." He paused for a moment. Izuku still looked confused. He wasn't sure how to explain this to a child Izuku's age. "Large. It takes a large amount of time to comb and style." Izuku nodded. "Okay." Izuku said. Well, this movie will take an unordinate amount of time to finish, so we gotta wait till later for bedtime." He regretted teaching this child new words already. "Nice try. Not happening. Come on." Izuku pouted sadly, shuffling down from the couch and into the bathroom. Shouta turned to Hizashi. "Does he need help brushing his teeth?" Hizashi shrugged hopelessly. He'd seen the child brushing his teeth on his own before, of course, but he was only 5 years old and you were supposed to brush your teeth for 2 minutes and floss, and he wasn't sure if someone the cabbage's age could do that. Maybe he should set up a timer. Izuku ran out of the bathroom with toothpaste on his chin and a onesie on. "All done," he chirped. Shouta nodded, leading the child to his bedroom before heading to his own to grab another children's book from Hizashi's collection. This time, he chose one about dragons. He didn't make the same mistake of leaning against the child's headboard this time. Instead, he sat on the side of the bed and opened the book on his lap. Izuku scooted over and leaned against his shoulder so he could look at the pictures. The giant purple dragon flew over the bright blue sky, jets of green fire shooting from his mouth. Shouta was halfway through the book when he felt Izuku begin to get heavier and heavier against his shoulder. When he glanced over at the child, his eyes were steadily trying to slip shut while he tried to keep a grasp on consciousness. Shouta glanced at his watch. 7. At least he'd be in bed on time. Shouta fought back another yawn and continued to read to the sleepy child. Izuku started snoring quietly just as his watch ticked from 7:59 to 8 o'clock, and Shouta slowly eased the book closed. He wasn't sure how to get the child off of his shoulder. He put his hand between the child's head and his shoulder and pushed outward, the child immediately flopping to the side and falling onto his pillow. Shouta shrugged. He fell on the pillow. He was probably fine. He stood up and grabbed the child's blanket, tucking it around his shoulders, and turned his head to the side so it wasn't quite so face-planted on the pillow. He wouldn't want the child to suffocate. His feet dragged against the carpeted floor as he headed to his and Hizashi's bedroom. Hizashi was in front of the mirror, checking his hair and putting on his altucher jacket. His sunglasses were hooked on his shirt. "Hey babe," Hizashi said, not looking away from the mirror. Shouta made a vague sound in response that didn't sound like any recognizable human language. "Zuku go down easy?" He liked the book?" Shouta flopped down on the bed, not bothering to change out of his tracksuit. "Pajamas show. You can't sleep in your clothes?" Hizashi chuckled. He walked over and embraced Shuta's forehead, like he always did, unclipping his sunglasses from his shirt. "Sleep well, sweetheart. Be safe," Shouta murmured, already slipping to sleep when the door to their bedroom closed behind Hizashi. "Yes, I need to purchase a casket and a plot. I also need to rent out a place for a funeral." "How do I do that?" "No, I called because I need help with that. A social worker gave me your number." "Yes, Child Protective Services." "I don't have that much." "No, I don't have insurance." "Sir, I'm 20, I didn't really see the point of getting insurance yet." "No, I'm not." Yes, I'll get insurance, but do you have anything that won't cost 980,000 yen? Sir? He looked at the phone. He'd hung up on him. He ran a hand through his hair, breathing in deeply. "Of course. You all right, Sho?" Hizashi called from the couch where he and Izuku were playing with Takur. Yes, I'm fine. Hands on elbows. How much do we have in our bank account?" Enough to cover bills until our next payment from the agency." "Why? The average price for a funeral is 900,000 yen. We do not have that much money to spare, we have to pay rent and dash." He took a deep breath. Fingers on elbows, tap tap tap. "Zuku, can you go play with Takara in your room for a few minutes please?" Hizashi asked. Izuku nodded, picked the large cat up and walked toward his bedroom. "But, breathe. It's gonna be fine. Just sit down, we'll figure this out." Did Inko have any money set aside for final expenses? She was 31, Zashi, she wasn't thinking about her funeral. He rubbed a hand over his face. "We've barely even started out at the agency, Hizashi, we don't have enough for this. We'll figure this out. Okay? We could take longer patrols, or do 2 patrols a day or..." That might have been possible before, but how are we supposed to do that with the cabbage? Chances are, those shifts are going to overlap. We could go for cremation. That might be cheaper. Hell, it might be required in our area, for all we know. Hizashi, if it's not required, we're not going to cremate my sister just because it's the cheaper option. I don't see any other way we can do this. Could take out a loan, Shouta noted. Yeah, and be in debt. That's not gonna work, besides Izuku has to go to school soon, and we'll have to deal with expenses from that. Tap tap tap. But. We could take out the loan and get side jobs, doing something else along with the hero work. Namuri would probably be alright with watching the child, right? Probably, Hizashi said. He tapped his foot. But. Okay, we can do that just until we've got the money covered. But. That'll work. Can you call the place? Shouta asked. What? Would I even be allowed? She was your sister, Sho. Why phone manners are not the best. The man on the phone hung up on me after I lost my patience. Who got impatient with the funeral director? Yes. He kept calling me young man and telling me to get life insurance. I see. Hizashi managed to keep a straight face for a solid 5 seconds before it cracked, and he let out a single, booming laugh that made the plates in the cabinet rattle. Shouta activated his quirk just before anything could shatter. I'm sorry, it's just... Ha! What's so funny? Nothing, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Give me the phone, I'll redial. That's the funeral director dash. Hizashi dissolved into cackles again. God, I'm so sorry, Sho, I really shouldn't be laughing, it's not decent dash. Shouta gave a long-suffering sigh. Just call the place, please. It took far too long and far too much paperwork to get a loan from the bank, and even then, they were only able to cover about half of the cost. That, along with added expenses such as suits, the rent of the place, bills, Izuku's school uniform, They'd have to keep a close eye on their money for a while. They ended up getting a simple wooden coffin for Inko, both because it was cheaper and because, from what Shouta remembered of his older sister, the woman probably wouldn't want anything elaborate. Then they'd had to get a list of people Inko was close to out of Izuku, which proved difficult since he couldn't seem to remember a lot of their names. The main people he listed were the Bakuga family, Izuku's father, and Shouta wasn't sure how he was going to deal with that, and a few work associates. Then they'd had to worry about where to have the funeral. He knew that Inko and most of his family had been Christian, but they'd never really followed the religion strictly, and he'd never gotten the chance to get into the habit of following the religion, or any other religion at all, really, because of the rift between him and his parents. He considered himself to be agnostic, but he didn't want to disrespect Inko, so he decided to try and find a church that would be willing to hold the funeral and a pastor to officiate. Then he'd had to worry about getting Izuku his suit. He and Hisashi's suits from his parents' funeral were still in good condition, as they weren't used often, but Izuku didn't have one, and once they'd told Izuku why he needed a new suit, the tailor could hardly take the boy's measurements because he was crying so strong. They'd had to stop quite frequently so Hisashi, because Shouta didn't know how to deal with a crying adult, much less a crying child, could comfort the boy. They'd ended up buying a white button-up, a black tie, plain black slacks, and a suit vest. Then he and Hisashi had to worry about getting invitations to people, since they didn't know any of their addresses and Izuku, a 5-year-old boy, couldn't remember them. So they'd spent hours poring over the phone book, looking for these people's names so they could call them, and when they did find them, half were too busy crying for Shouta and Hisashi to get a word in about where the funeral would be held, and the other half had yelled at them, and that, along with everything else, was so stressful it had made Shouta want to go in his bedroom and hide under a weighted blanket and sleep for 100 years. Eventually, Hisashi had taken over phone calls for the both of them and Shouta had finished up everything else, and that was perfectly fine with Shouta. Maybe Hisashi, being a pro-hero who was in the public eye a lot, was just more used to dealing with people than Shouta was. They'd ended up finishing everything the night before the funeral was scheduled. Dinner was a subdued affair. Hisashi had tried to make quiet conversation with Izuku at first, but the boy hadn't responded, and Hisashi had fallen into an awkward silence. They all went to bed early that night, even Hisashi taking off of patrol for the day. Shouta had read to Izuku a story about a princess locked in a tower, and Hisashi had run a hand over Izuku's hair as he fell asleep. It had taken far too long to fall asleep that night. Usually, when Hisashi didn't have a shift and was in bed with him when he fell asleep, usually on the weekends, it was easy to fall asleep. But it had been difficult that night. Hisashi liked to sleep close to him at night, and that usually consisted of using Hisashi's arm as a pillow while Hisashi held him close. And he couldn't stop tossing and turning, so he knew that Hisashi was just as awake as he was. "I can't sleep," he said in defeat. "I noticed," Hisashi replied dryly. "Are you nervous?" "No," Shouta said. He paused for a moment, and Hisashi waited patiently. "Yes. Maybe. I don't know. Talk me through it, Shouta nodded. I haven't seen her in a while." Hisashi hummed. "Last time I saw her I was 18, at my parents' funeral. And now I'm going to see her again at another funeral, but it's hers. I haven't seen her in years, and when I finally do she's not really there. I never really knew her. I don't know how much she changed in the 11 or so years she was gone, and she might have been an entirely different person, for all I know, and I can't really remember much of her from when she was around, but she was family, and she was the only person in my family that liked me, that loved me, even though I'm strange. And now she's dead. The last person in my family who didn't hate me is dead. And I don't know how to feel about that. And I'm trying to figure that out." "You're wrong," Hisashi said. Shouta glanced up. "What?" "You're wrong," Hisashi said simply. "You're very, very wrong." "How so?" Shouta asked dryly. "Who do you think Izuku is? A neighbor?" Hisashi asked. "He is your family. And he doesn't think you're strange. Or, if he does, he doesn't automatically dislike you for it. And family isn't just the people you're related to. Forgive me if I'm overstepping here, but I like to think me and Nemuri are your family too, and we still love you. And we don't think you're strange. Shouta raised a disbelieving eyebrow. Okay, you're a little odd, but that's not a bad thing. Everyone's a little weird, Sho. That's true. We love you, Shouta, Hisashi said. Me and Nemuri, and… Hisashi cleared his throat. And I think Izuku does too. Or, he cares about you at least. Okay, Shouta said. He was quiet for a moment. I appreciate it, but I still probably won't get much sleep. Yeah, I figured as much. The next morning, Shouta shaved off his beard and tied back his hair into a loose knot. Loose strands of hair fell in his face from his bangs, like they always did, and he pinned it back with the cat clips. They were mostly hidden by his hair and his ears, but he knew they were there, and that was surprisingly comforting. He changed into his suit, and he helped Izuku change into his own, buttoning up his shirt and tying his tie before helping him get the vest over his head. Then he placed a towel over his shoulder and grabbed the spray bottle and a little hairspray. He sprayed the boy's hair until it was damp before combing it back, close to his head, being careful not to pull too much. Then he quickly attacked it with the hairspray before it could dry and return to its original puffiness, trying not to wince at the sharp smell. When he got into the living room, Hisashi was already ready, scrolling through his phone. He was wearing a charcoal gray suit with a black tie and a navy blue tie, as opposed to Shuta's tie-less black suit and BLD red lapel. His hair was in a bun, loose strands spilling out down his back and shoulders. My collar's weird, Izuku said. Shouta glanced at him. Is it stiff? Izuku said, sniffing as he fidgeted with it. And the tie's hurting me. I can't help with the collar, but I'll loosen the tie, Shouta said, crouching down to adjust the tie accordingly. Better, cabbage? Izuku nodded, smiling gratefully, though his eyes were still teary. Hisashi crouched down by Shouta. Are you ready to do this? Hisashi murmured to the boy. It's okay if you say no. We'll figure something out. Izuku sniffed. I'm scared, the boy admitted. I miss my mommy and I don't want her to get buried. I know, baby, Hisashi said. That's just the way life played out. I know it's not fair. I'm so sorry, Izuku. A few tears spilled out of Izuku's eyes, and Hisashi pulled a handkerchief out of his suit pocket, dabbing at them. I want to go say bye to mommy, Izuku said, determination clear in his voice even if tears still rained down. You're a very brave boy, Hisashi said. Me and Uncle Sho are very proud of you, Izuku. I'm not brave, Izuku said. If I was brave, I wouldn't be scared. Brave isn't about not being scared, Shouta said. To be brave is to be courageous, and to be courageous is to do something, even if it makes you mad or sad or if it hurts you. Does it hurt? Yes, Izuku said. He tapped his it hurts here. He tapped his head. And here. Hisashi looked like he was about to start crying. But you're doing it anyway, Shouta said. That's why you're brave. Okay? A fresh wave of tears fell, but Izuku fixed his jaw and met his gaze head-on. Okay. The drive to the church was an hour long, and they still had 2 hours and 30 minutes until it started. Izuku fell asleep in his car seat on the way there, like he always did when they had to go on a long drive. You're good with him, Hisashi noted. I'm not, Shouta stated. I know nothing about children. I have no experience with children. I have no idea how children are supposed to be raised, or how to talk to them. I'm just trying to try my best, and use logic and reasoning as I go along. Well, your logic and reasoning is certainly helping him, Hisashi said. Shouta shrugged. I'm proud of you too, you know. Shouta felt his ears go red, and he was thankful they were hidden by his hair. Be quiet so I can drive. The church, thankfully, wasn't very crowded when they got there, save for a little boy and his family and a few other people. Izuku waved to the little boy, who had very spiky hair and looked like a very angry child, who looked to a similar-looking woman, whose back was to the boy, before waving back tentatively. They sat in a pew in the back. A cross sat at the front of the room, and an image of Jesus was carved into it. Shouta felt like its eyes were digging into him, and he tried not to look at it. The funeral went about as well as could be expected. The woman with the spiky hair came forward to speak, which Shouta hadn't been expecting or planning, but he preferred her talking about the deceased than him having to. She probably knew her better. The woman talked about how lovely of a woman Inko had been, her kindness, and her motherly nature. She ended it by saying she missed her dearly, and Shouta heard Izuku choke on a sob next to him. When the pastor called for everyone to say goodbye to Inko and everyone started walking toward her open casket, Izuku turned quickly and hid his face in his side, shoulders shaking. I don't want to look, Ankai, I don't want to look, please don't make me look, I don't want to see it again. You don't have to look, Shouta said, rubbing the boy's back awkwardly. Izuku, Hisashi said upon seeing his partner's helpless expression. Do you want to leave now and head to the cemetery? Izuku sobbed and nodded. They left the building quickly, Hisashi carrying Izuku to the car and strapping him into the car seat. Shouta passed the child a bottle of water from the front as they started driving, and the child didn't fall asleep this time, instead watching the world pass by outside the window as tears streamed down his face. They pulled into the cemetery and waited for those from the funeral to arrive. When they did, they got out of the car, Hisashi unbuckling Izuku from the back. Izuku held onto Hisashi's breathed leg as they headed toward the freshly dug funeral plot, and he had one hand hooked in Shuta's belt loop. Izuku stared at the ground as they lowered the casket into the ground, and Shouta stared at the sky. He remembered years ago, staring at the sky with his sister from rooftops while they waited for villain fights to fall into their lap. He missed that Inko. The crowd dispersed as the pastor finished his prayer. A tall woman with spiky hair walked toward them. You're Inko's brother, she said by way of greeting. She never mentioned you. She wouldn't have. I see. She turned to Izuku. I don't like that kid. But you'd better take care of him. Her voice had a threatening tone to it. She looked at Izuku, and her face was that of distaste, before slowly softening. I'm sorry about your mother, Izuku. Izuku nodded. That's all I wanted to say. She marched away. Shouta stared after her. A boy cleared his throat. He looked down. The angry-looking boy. I don't like Deku either, he proclaimed, but he didn't seem too sure of himself. But, be nice to him, please. He nodded. Looked at Izuku. I miss you, Kaken, Izuku said. Will you go to the park with me again? With me and Ankai Sho and Ankai Zashi? You live far away, but dash. I can't, nerd, the boy said. She won't dash, he visibly cut himself off. I'm sorry about Auntie. He looked back up at Shouta again, this time threateningly. Remember what I said. Be nice to Deku and take care of him, like Mom said too. He marched away in a way that was eerily similar to how his mother had. You have interesting. Hisashi hesitated for a moment. Friends, Izuku. Izuku sniffed. Come on, listener, let's get you home. We'll get ice cream on the way home, Shouta said. Do you want ice cream? Yes, please. We'll get you a sundae then. After the funeral, Hisashi and Shouta both applied for day jobs, Shouta signing up for night shifts as well. It was exhausting, and it barely left them enough time to tuck Izuku in before they had to run to patrol, but what had to be done had to be done. Hisashi seemed to take the extra work a lot better than Shouta did. Shouta had signed up for day shifts because he needed all the sleep he could get, but now that he had a side job he'd had to transfer his 4-hour-long shift to almost immediately after he came home from his day job. Then he just barely had time to change into night clothes, thank Nemuri, and get a few hours of sleep before running back to the restaurant, where he now worked as a waiter. It was the same with Hisashi, work, sleep, and patrol. It left him frazzled and irritated. After only a week of trying to pay the money back for the bank, who only seemed to pile on more and more ridiculous amounts of interest the longer it went unpaid, it felt like he didn't have the energy to do anything anymore. Even tucking Izuku in at night felt like a monumental task. Sometimes, it made him wonder why he still did it. Then he looks at Izuku and he remembers. Izuku tried to help in any way he could, in his own way. When Shuta's legs hurt from being on his feet all day, he would hug him and ask him to feel better soon. When he was simply too exhausted to sleep, Izuku seemed to be able to sense it and would give Shouta one of his stuffed toys just before he left for bed. When Hisashi's head hurt, Izuku would bring him bottles of water, and when he seemed to be in a bad mood, Izuku would try and tell him funny stories to get him to smile. The stories were rarely funny, at least by adult standards, but something about watching the little boy gesticulate animatedly while he talked was amusing. Overall, Shouta didn't regret taking on the extra job to pay off his debt, not when it was for Izuku. He only wished it hadn't cost him so much energy. And not having enough energy was a very dangerous thing for patrol. His goggles were one of his favorite possessions, both because of who had given them to him and because of their dual purpose. They helped him use his quirk without other people knowing who he was using it on, and they helped with visual input and went a long way to keep him from getting overwhelmed. Their only real downside was that they slightly inhibited his peripheral vision. Which was why, when he was fighting a group of villains in a warehouse after busting them for illegal distribution, he didn't see the pole flying his way until it hit him right in the knee. He felt his knee jerk backward, and then a loud crunch. The villains, who he'd done a good job keeping at bay until now, slowly rose back to their feet once they saw that they'd inhibited him. Shouta activated his quirk on the nearest one as he walked closer, trying not to look down at his surely broken leg. The shock and adrenaline was keeping him from feeling the pain, but he knew as soon as he looked at it, it would be near unbearable. The one who walked closer to him seemed to be the one that had thrown the pole at his leg. He seemed to have a strength quirk, large muscles rippling under the skin of his arms, with shaved hair and a thick head. Even with his quirk cancelled, with the amount of physical training the man had obviously done, he would probably be able to administer grave injuries. Shouta felt his anxiety spike. His hands were covered by a stretch of his capture weapon. He slowly reached toward his watch, pushing a button, sending a distress call to any heroes in the area. His hands gripped his capture weapon. Distantly, he remembered kicking this man in the face near the beginning of the fight. There was still BLD caked under his nose, down his chin. Now he looked like he was after Shouta's BLD. Behind the man with the strength quirk, there were 3 other villains. One with bat wings, another with tubes fused to the sides of her face. An acid quirk. The last had scales running up and down his body, shimmering and changing colors every few seconds. Chameleon. It should have been a fairly easy fight, if not for his dead leg. If not for his reflexes, muddled by exhaustion. The best course of action would be to try and escape, but Shouta wasn't sure how with the strength villains so close. The ceiling was too high for his capture weapon to wrap around a support beam. He couldn't run, not with his leg which was bending the wrong way. Shouta felt an ache spark up from his knee. The other 3 villains, hiding behind the strength villain, were laughing. Shouta's ears buzzed with the noise. His watch beeped, quietly, a response to his distress call. He could wait it out. He just had to hope the strength villain didn't kill him before then. The strength villain glanced at his leg, tooting. Shouta did not look. He would not look. He would not look at the leg. He could not look at the leg. The strength villain picked up the pole, lying near him, and tossed it aside. He lifted his foot, easing it down on his knee slowly. Shouta gasped in pain as the pressure slowly increased. Not even adrenaline could keep him from feeling that. So fragile, for a hero, the man said. So easy to break. Shouta tried to keep his quirk activated. If the villain tried to use his quirk on him, on his leg, it was a goner. The villain picked up the pole again, never easing the pressure, and looked at it. It was hollow, but it was heavy, made of metal. The villain squeezed it, and it gave way under his hand, making finger-like indents. I could crush your skull, like this, with or without my quirk, the villain said. Crush it as easily as a soda can. He held the pole with both hands, and it bent it almost in half. And I could break every one of your limbs as easy as twigs. He unbent the pole, twisted it. I could rip them off and throw them away, and no one would be able to save you. Even the other villains, behind him, looked surprised. Shouta wouldn't blink. He would not blink. He could not blink. This villain was waiting for him to blink. His foot pressed down again, and Shouta felt something pop. Then something wet, pooling under the limb. He pressed the distress call again. 2 beeps back. If they were coming, then where were they? They couldn't be far. Or, the villain continued. I could get Mermik. Get her to spit acid at you, get her to melt off every inch of your skin. He lifted his foot. But I don't think I will. He couldn't blink. I think I'll just leave you here. He brought the foot crashing back down onto his leg, and Shouta felt something in his leg rip. To bleed out. Or die from infection. Whatever comes first. The other three villains stared at his leg in fear and disgust. The one with the wings looked like he was about to throw up. Sadistic. Very, very sadistic. Shouta felt like he might throw up too. The villain with the strength quirk shoved money at the villain with the wings. He took it, never once looking away from Shouta's leg. Shouta wasn't sure if it was because of morbid fascination or because he simply couldn't look away. He wondered how bad it really was. Don't blink. The strength villain marched out of the warehouse. Acid and Chameleon followed him numbly. Wings shuddered before flying out the warehouse window. Shouta let out a breath and blinked. He had been holding himself up before, but now he collapsed backward. The warehouse floor was cold concrete, but Shouta could feel a warm liquid under his back. Creeping upward. Wetting his hair. Shouta couldn't help it. He had to treat the wound. The world was already growing fuzzy around the edges. He looked down at his leg and he almost threw up. He couldn't tell much because of the black fabric of his tracksuit, but the gigantic pool of crimson blood under him spoke volumes. He held in a breath, closed his eyes, and his mind went numb as he felt along his utility belt, taking out a small knife. He didn't like knives, he wasn't good with them, but it was useful in this case. He cut at the fabric of his breathed leg, ripping it off and throwing the soaked fabric aside. He couldn't even see the color of his skin, it was all covered by deep red blood. A jagged, white piece of bone stuck out of the skin, and the wound pumped out great globs of blood as it did. His knee was squashed, and he couldn't bend it, couldn't move his leg at all, really. He took his capture weapon and rolled up more of his tracksuit, tying it up at his upper thigh, as tight as his cold hands could get it. He tried not to cry out as his leg gave a sharp stab of pain, as the gray material digged into his skin. His skin was buzzing. His ears rang. He looked at his bracelet. 3 heroes had pinged it, saying they were coming to the scene. Midnight, who was supposed to be watching Izuku, what the hell dash, Present Mike, why him, why does he have to see this, why, and a hero who had just applied for their agency, Vlad King. At least heroes were coming. He just had to stay awake. He couldn't move, he couldn't walk, but he could stay awake. He had to anyway, so he could adjust the tourniquet. He hoped Midnight hadn't left Izuku home alone. He pushed his goggles up and they got his bangs out of his face. He stared up at the ceiling, at the cobwebs of intersecting support beams. How long would the healing process be? Not long, surely. He'd find someone with a good healing quirk. Might even send a letter to Recovery Girl. The old woman was fond of him. Well, fond of Hisashi. She could help. His heart started beating rapidly, and his hands started shaking as the numbness in his brain melted away, slightly. His fists clenched, slightly. The warehouse had hanging lights blaring overhead, and they were too bright. The sound of his own breathing was too sharp, too loud. His leg ached too much, and the remaining numbness in his brain scared him, and his sissy hurt. The smell of his blood was overbearing, moist and coppery, and it made Shouta want to vomit. A headache reared its ugly head. His arms were heavy as he lay there, heart trying to beat its way out through his stay awake. His eyelids felt weighed down, forcing them back open a struggle. Stay awake. The pain was almost unbearable, and he felt like he could pass out from it alone, even though his mind was still a little cloudy and numb. Stay awake. His hands were growing cold. Stay awake. Shouta wondered if this was how he would die. Stay awake. He heard a loud bang, and then 3 familiar faces were standing over him. He felt someone grab his hand. Shouta was glad. They were so cold. Stay awake. Shouta couldn't stay awake. Shouta came to in a hospital bed. There was a steady beeping next to him, and he felt odd and floaty. His hands were still cold, but someone was holding one of them, and it made it feel better. It took him a while to open his eyes. Hisashi was sitting beside him, looking exhausted and run down. There were dark circles under his green eyes, and Shouta could see them even through his glasses. Izuku was curled up on the chair on the other side of the bed, wrapped in a blue blanket, green head of curls peeking out. "Zashi," he murmured. Hisashi looked up, and his shoulders seemed to slump in on themselves in relief. "Oh, thank goodness," he said. "Good God, Sho, never do that again, oh God." "What?" He looked down the expanse of the hospital bed. Hospital gown. IVs. Pads on his ST, monitoring his heartbeat. Further down, a large cast covering his leg. Memories came rushing back, whether he wanted them to or not. "Oh, yeah. Oh, Hisashi." Shook his head. "You almost died." "Feels like it," Shoyuta grunted. "No, you don't understand, you almost bled out. The doctor said something about an artery behind your knee being damaged when it was crushed, and they had to do a BLD transfusion, and you nearly died." How long have I been asleep?" 12 hours. "You've been in and out, but I doubt you remember. This is the most lucid we've seen you." Shoyuta nodded. "Is the child okay?" "Is the child?" "Yes, the kid's okay." "Why wouldn't the kid be okay?" "You should be worried about your leg. You won't be able to walk for weeks after this, Sho." But the debt, what about Inko's funeral bills? How are we supposed to pay them with me laid up? Can't they just get someone with a healing quirk in here?" "Shoyuta, that BSTRD shattered your knee. He snapped the bone in your leg in half. It was in so many pieces, they had to take you back for surgery to rebuild your knee. They said they can't heal it that fast, or there could be damage. You'll just have to heal naturally for a few weeks, maybe a couple months, and then they'll heal you the rest of the way." "Did the agency fire me?" he asked numbly. Hisashi sighed. "No," Hisashi said. "No, I don't think so. But you're out of the field for however long you're hurt. And they're requiring 2 weeks of physical therapy afterward. You'll still get paid, they're putting you on temporary disability, but it probably won't be enough," Shoyuta finished. "Yeah. And the restaurant? Can't wait tables with one good leg, Sho," Hisashi said. They let you go for the time being." "I'm sorry, babe." Shoyuta nodded. "How is this gonna affect my work?" he asked instead. Any physical problems, after it's healed?" "The doctors aren't sure yet," Hisashi said. "Might have some chronic pain. You'll probably have to go easier on your shifts at first. They'll probably prescribe you some pain medication. And, yeah, physical therapy, to strengthen your leg again. It's gonna be a bit of a process." Shoyuta sighed. He was right. "What? Who was right?" "I should have gotten insurance." The agency paid for his medical bills and promised to pay for his physical therapy once he was healed enough to start it. He was given strict instructions from a rather frightening nurse to stay on bedrest for the next week. At the least, a nurse would be coming by every day or so to check on his injury and his bandages. After 3 days of observation in the hospital, he was given a prescription for a strong pain medication and a wheelchair and pair of crutches and sent on his way. They gave him his ruined tracksuit, his stained capture weapon, and his goggles on the way out of the hospital. They reached their first challenge upon entering the car. Izuku didn't want to sit in the back. He wanted to sit with Shoyuta. "I want to protect you from the bad guys, Unkai Sho." So Shoyuta had to sit in the back seat with Izuku to compromise. It was awkward with his cast, so he ended up leaning with his back against the door and his legs sprawled out in front of him, wincing every time they hit a bump in the road, and it sent a spike of pain to pierce through the pain medicine. Izuku traced little shapes and figures on Shuta's cast as Hisashi drove, and asked if he could draw on it when they got home. Hisashi helped him into the wheelchair provided by the hospital, pushing him into the apartment building and into the elevator, which they very rarely used, since both preferred the stairs. Izuku held his hand and looked around the elevator suspiciously as they rose up in floors, like he was expecting villains to pop out of nowhere and attack Shoyuta again. Hisashi knocked on the apartment door, and Nemuri answered it. She was wearing tight black briefs and a see-through shirt, the sleeve of which fell off of one shoulder. Shoyuta was tempted to cover Izuku's eyes. Takara was resting in her arms. "Auntie Nem!" Izuku shouted excitedly, rushing forward to hug the woman's leg. "Hey, Tiger!" Nemuri said, ruffling the boy's hair. She turned to Shoyuta. "How do you feel, handsome?" Shoyuta rolled his eyes at the nickname. Hisashi snorted. "Fine. That was a lie, but she didn't need to know that. Thank you for watching my cat." "Oh, it was no trouble, she's a sweetheart," Nemuri said offhandedly. "Auntie Nem." "Auntie Nem," Izuku said excitedly, bouncing in place. Yes, Zuku? I'm gonna protect Ankai Sho from the bad people, in case they come back. Is that so? Nemuri said. Izuku nodded sagely. Like Shouta would even let Izuku protect him. If the villains came back to attack him again, which he doubted, Izuku was going out of the nearest exit. Well, I'm sure you'll protect him valiantly. You're like a knight in shining armor. Izuku looked confused. What's valiantly mean? It means you're doing something with courage or determination, Shouta explained. You remember what courage means? Doing something even though it hurts? Exactly. It basically means you do something with courage. Okay, Izuku said. Then I'm a valiant knight. Yeah. He pronounced valiant like valiant. Close enough. Nemuri snickered. That's right. Hisashi cut in. Can we get in the apartment, please, Nemuri? Oh, right, of course, Nemuri said, stepping aside. Hisashi wheeled Sho into their bedroom and adjusted the pillows against the headboard, easing him back against it. Nemuri and Izuku followed them into the room. Can I draw on your cast now, Ankai Sho? Izuku asked hopefully. Yes, Sho. Nemuri said, smiling evilly. Can we sign your cast? He was going to regret this immensely. Yes. Go find a marker. Izuku ran to his room to get a marker, returning a minute later with a black Sharpie. He climbed onto the bed carefully, knee-crawling his way over to Shuta's side, bringing the marker to Shuta's bright blue cast. Give me a turn after you're done, little knight, Nemuri said, sitting on the best beside Izuku. Yes, ma'am. Izuku drew smiley faces and what Shouta assumed was supposed to be his eraser-head persona. He also drew rainbows, turtles, and a cat face. Shouta decided he liked that one best. Give me a turn, kid, Nemuri said. Nemuri turned away from the drawing to talk to Hisashi, Izuku and Nemuri piping in every once in a while. Auntie, what's that? Izuku asked after a few minutes. Shouta looked down at his cast. Nemuri Kiyama, oh my god, Hisashi gasped. Shouta thought his mouth was hanging open. Nemuri was snickering. What is it? Izuku asked again, looking a bit concerned. It's dash, Nemuri began. Don't you dare. Scissors. It's scissors, Nemuri said. It was in fact not scissors. But Izuku didn't need to know that. Cabbage, Shouta said. I'm thirsty. Get me water, please. That wasn't quite a lie. The pain medicine was making him a bit dehydrated, and he hadn't drank water all day. Izuku scrambled out of the room to get some water. Really? Honestly, really? I have to wear this for the next few weeks. Did you expect anything else? Nemuri asked. Shouta wished he could say he had. There was a child in the room. Nemuri shrugged. He thinks it's scissors. Shouta dragged a hand across his face. Izuku returned to the room with a bottle of water, which Shouta opened and drank from. Hisashi checked his watch. Okay, who wants lunch? Hisashi asked, standing up. Izuku gasped. Me. Me. Let's go then, listener. I'll teach you how to make yakitori. Hisashi and Izuku left the room, Izuku babbling away excitedly. Don't you guys usually order in for lunch? On weekends? We can't afford it right now. Something in Nemuri's forehead pinched. You guys doing okay? She asked, face awash in seriousness. We're fine, Shouta said, sinking back into his pillows. Don't worry. We've just got to pay off a loan. How are you going to do that without you working too? Especially with all the bullshit banks play? Shouta didn't say anything. You know I can help you, right? Shouta looked at her. I appreciate it, Shouta said. I do. But we'll be fine. Just don't hesitate to call, if you need anything, Nemuri said. Shouta nodded. I mean it. We've known each other for 6 years now. I know I tease you a lot, but you're basically like a little brother to me. Don't think I won't drop everything to help you and Zashi. Like a little brother. Shouta didn't think he was the best at being a brother to anyone, not even his own sister, but he didn't comment. I know, Kiyama, he said. Why did it take Hisashi and was it Vlad King? Nemuri nodded. Why did it take them so long to get there? They got in trouble with a big-name villain. They had to wait for backup from another patrol section before they could come to get you. Why did you come? Because I care about you, Does? You were supposed to be watching Izuku, Shouta pointed out. Yeah? Nemuri said sheepishly. But he was fast asleep, so I just asked your neighbor to watch him. He was, pretty freaked out when I came to drive him to the hospital. It was pretty touch and go for a while whether or not you would pull through, or even if you'd be able to use your leg at all. The BLD loss was really bad, I didn't know what to tell him, and he started crying and shaking and… Shouta remembered when Izuku woke up and saw him up and talking to Hisashi. How the little boy had looked so relieved. How he'd ran forward and wrapped his arms around Shuta's neck, almost knocking his fore out when he jumped on the bed, and how Shouta had patted his back slowly as the boy calmed down. Hugging Izuku had felt a lot more natural then than it had the first time. Oh. Shouta added another item to the list of things he needed to do for Izuku: research primary schools, research potential speech therapy, and get the child a physiatrist. The smell of grilled chicken floated in from the open bedroom door. So, Nemuri said, drawing out the word. What do you want to do for your birthday? My birthday is in November. So what? No shame in planning early. Shouta shrugged. Probably the same as always, he said. Restaurant, movies, maybe go to the adventure park if it's not too crowded. But that's what we do every year. Nemuri protested. Yes. Don't you want to do something new? Not really. Boring, Nemuri stated. Shouta frowned. But you and Hisashi like my birthdays? Of course we do, Nemuri said. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I guess we can do something different, if you and Hisashi want to. Now that he thought about it, they might have to, since the child would probably want to tag along. I was just joking, Nemuri said. Do whatever you want. It's your birthday. Shouta hummed. What are we going to do about Izuku? I think he can go with us, but we'd have to get a G-rated movie. Nemuri shuddered. We'll figure it out, Nemuri said. They heard Hisashi call for her from another part of the house. I think that's my cue. I'll go get your food, okay, Shouta nodded. He didn't think he liked people waiting on him. Nemuri returned with 2 plates of steaming yakitori, sitting next to him on the bed to eat. Zashi's at the table with Izuku, she said. He didn't think he could eat in bed without making a mess. Shouta nodded. That was fair. Izuku was a bit of a messy eater. They finished eating, and Hisashi and Izuku returned to the bedroom. The 3 friends talked long into the night, Izuku eventually getting bored with their conversation and falling asleep between him and Nemuri at around 8. Nemuri finally left their bedroom to sleep on the futon at around 11 o'clock, since it was far too late and too dark out to drive home. Hisashi didn't mind moving Izuku, instead letting the boys sleep in between them, at least for tonight. Recovery was painful. After a week of bedrest, he began to slowly move around the apartment on crutches. It was definitely a workout for his arms, but he had to get used to walking with them. He couldn't rely on the wheelchair. After a few tries, he was able to get up from bed on his own without assistance. Then he worked on standing from the table, and then on standing from the rather low-standing couch. Then he tried to do some household chores around the house to help out Hisashi, but quickly gave up after his legs started aching from standing in one place too long. Izuku was happy to help with chores, anyway. The nurse brought a waterproof cast protector and a shower chair so Shouta could shower on his first visit to the apartment. Recovery was painful, but he was getting there. At least he thought so. 2 weeks in, and they replaced the cast with a lighter one after cutting it off to take out the stitches, the doctor raising an eyebrow at the rather creative drawings Nemuri had left. Shouta had grinded his teeth the entire time the saw was running, wincing at the vibrations that ran up and down his arm from the saw cutting at the cast. Izuku, too, had looked upset at the noise, though he blocked it out with hands over his ears. Shouta had been surprised at how utterly awful the knee looked, still swelled up and purplish and pale with dead skin and pink indents from the cast. Then they'd replaced it with another cast, and he'd been sent on his way with further instructions to try and walk around the area with his crutches and to get lots of rest. He'd started walking around the city. After that, Izuku and Hisashi were always following in case he needed help. Izuku had tried to bring Takara, too, on a leash, but the cat seemed to prefer getting a good nap on the couch while the humans were gone. It was around this time that Shouta started getting antsy, now that he wasn't allowed in the field. The walks helped a lot. For weeks in, and the pain in his lower leg had eased up quite a bit, while the pain in his knee still raged on as it healed. His leg felt stiff in the mornings, and Shouta worried about that carrying over after the cast was removed and everything was healed. It could interfere with his work. At 5 weeks, he started doing chores around the house again, folding the laundry and putting it away and doing the dishes. Izuku had actually been a big help around the house for Hisashi while Shouta had been on bed rest, and they decided he was about old enough to get a chore sheet to teach him responsibility. Just simple stuff, like cleaning his toys up when it was a mess, making his bed, and feeding and watering Takara, which Shouta kept a close eye on when he did, so Izuku didn't overfeed her. At 6 weeks, they x-rayed his leg again. They said that his knee would still take a few weeks to heal, maybe a month, but that his leg could be completely healed in the next 2 weeks or so. Of course, he'd still have to keep the cast on for his knee, but it was still good news. Shouta tried to ignore the fact that, even after the knee was completely healed, he'd still have to wear a knee brace until he could build the strength back up in that leg. The doctors had said that he might have to wear that knee brace again in the future if there were other consequences to the injury, such as bad chronic pain. At 8 weeks, they checked the break in his leg and decided that it was as healed as it was going to get. Upon looking at the knee, they saw that it was healing up nicely and was arranged in all the right places. They scheduled a time for him to go to a doctor with a healing quirk so they could hurry the process a bit, get the pins out of his knee and leg, and get his knee in a brace. 3 days later, he was at a specialist. The man had neon green hair and purple eyes, and he looked a little frenzied, but he seemed nice enough. He explained everything before he did it, which was especially helpful when he healed his leg and sawed off the cast. He still hated that saw. It was like a silver spike drilling through his skull. After he got the cast off, he started the healing process, which was a lot more unpleasant than he'd been expecting. Unlike with Recovery Girl, it wasn't quick or painless. When he touched the hurt area, he could feel the broken bones slowly melt and fuse back together, achingly slowly. But at least, when he took his hand away, the healing stopped immediately and it hurt far less than it had before, not a sharp pain, and more like a throb right in the middle of his knee. Then he took the pins out. Hisashi had to cover Izuku's eyes and comfort him when he started crying. Shouta really couldn't blame him. He'd started covering his eyes as soon as the doctor administered the lidocaine. After numbing the areas with the pins, and it still didn't feel like enough, not really, the doctor had to cut through the skin to get some of the pins. And when he got to those pins, he had to ease it out slowly, twisting and pulling and nudging all the while, the long silver pin bumping against bones and raw skin as it slowly made its way to the surface. It only took 15 to 20 minutes to get all the pins out, but it felt like longer. The doctor sutured the small cuts he had left after he was done, using his quirk to subtly speed up the healing process. After that horrible experience was over, the doctor gave him a leg brace and told him to use his crutches for the first couple days afterward, warning him about all the chronic pain he would more than likely experiencing in the future and that, should the knee hurt after it's been healed, the knee brace should help a lot. Then he told him what steps to take going forward for his physical therapy, gave him some numbers to call, gave both Izuku and Shouta lollipops, and kicked all 3 out of his office. Shouta would have run out if he could. Another 3 days later, while Hisashi was at work, Namuri drove him to the physical therapist, mainly because Shouta wasn't sure if he was allowed to drive, and because Izuku refused to let him sit anywhere but the back seat anymore. "I gotta protect you from the bad guys, Unkai. I'm your knight in shining armor." Before he got inside, he tied his hair back and walked inside without his crutches. He hated that he still limped slightly when he walked. The main physical therapy they did that day was bending his knee back and forth and moving his legs in a bicycle motion. And it felt like something was stabbing up under his kneecap the entire time. As the days progressed, the pain in his kneecap lessened as well. It stopped feeling so stiff when he walked, his limp was getting much better, and he was finally able to start training for his patrols again. The first thing he did when his physical therapy sessions were finally, blessedly over was wrap his capture weapon around an outcropping of a roof and yank himself up onto it. He'd spent the entire day hopping from building to building, the pain in his knee a mind jab whenever he landed a bit strong, doing flips and cartwheels even when he didn't have to, like when he was younger and still took gymnastics. When he got home, the brace went back on his leg, but he couldn't bring himself to mind. Because he was back to normal. For the most part. 2 days later, and he was getting ready to go back to patrol, approved by the agency and taken off of temporary disability. The next day, he'd have to try and get his old job back, hopefully with shorter hours, so an accident like that didn't happen again, but that was a problem for tomorrow. He had just changed into his new tracksuit after tucking Izuku into bed, and both he and Hizashi were headed out the door, Namuri flipping through channels on the couch, when something heavy knocked into the back of his uninjured leg, small arms trapping around it. "No!" Izuku wailed. "You can't go." Shouta looked down at him. "Child dash." "No!" Izuku shouted. "I won't let you." "Izuku, I don't have time for this, my shift starts in 20 minutes. You can't go, Unkai Sho." His voice sounded mournful. "You can't leave. I won't let you leave." He looked into the child's eyes, and they were filled with tears. His voice warbled. "The bad guys will get you again, Unkai, please don't leave me." Cabbage dash. I gotta protect you. I said I would protect you from the bad guys. I can't make sure you don't get hurt by those meanies again if you leave." Izuku dash. "It's dangerous, Unkai." The boy had only just learned the word dangerous, he still pronounced it wrong as dangerous. He was getting there. "Izuku, I have to go." "Baby, Shouda's going to be fine dash," Hizashi tried to reason. Izuku only wailed louder, breath stuttering in his ear. "Sissy can't dash." Cabbage dash. "Tiger, please calm down dash." "It's all right, baby, Uncle Show's all right." "Oh my god, Izuku breathe." Izuku screamed, shoulders and arms trembling as his wails increased in pitch and volume. His face turned blotchy and red. "Why?" Shouta fell to his knees in front of the little boy, placing his hands on his shoulders. "Izuku." The boy didn't respond. "Child." "Izuku." "Cabbage." The boy looked up, sobbing. "I know you're upset, and you're confused, but I need you to breathe. You're scaring Hizashi and Namuri, okay?" Hizashi and Namuri nodded. "So you have to breathe and you have to calm down, okay?" Izuku nodded, and tried to seek in a deep breath. Hizashi crouched down beside him. "Like me, Izuku," he said. "Deep breath in." Izuku did. "Hold it." Izuku did. "Deep breath out." "You've got this, Zu, it's all right. Come on." Izuku started breathing again, and the red of his face slowly slipped away. He started crying in earnest, however, and Hizashi opened his arms. Izuku ran into them without a second thought, hugging the man's neck. "Shoo, it's okay. I've got you, Izuku, it's okay." Izuku sniffed and slowly pulled away. His face was covered in tears. "Better?" Izuku nodded. "Good. Now, explain to us what's wrong." "It's okay if you don't mind, just talk it out with me, Izuku." Hizashi said that to Shouta a lot, when he was confused or overwhelmed or angry and he didn't know why. He knew it worked pretty well. "Unkai Sho could get hurt," Izuku said. "Like last time." In dash, he choked on a sob. "It's all right, Zu, just take your time," Hizashi said. I don't want Unkai Sho's batteries to die like mommies." Shouta frowned. "Batteries? What?" Hizashi seemed to understand what he meant, however. "That's not gonna happen, Izuku. Okay? It's not gonna happen." Shouta knew that was a lie. Anything could happen on patrol. He could leave one day and not come back. That's what made life as a hero so dangerous, so unpredictable. But they'd been warned about that since day one, since the day they signed up for UA's hero course. They knew the risks. Maybe. That's why Izuku was so worked up. He hadn't known. "Why you don't know, Unkai Zashi?" Izuku shouted in frustration. "Unkai Shoji got hurt last time. But he also got better, because your Uncle Sho is a very strong man. Okay? No one's gonna kill him but him. I don't want him to do that either." Namuri covered her mouth, like she was swallowing back a laugh. "This is just Sho's job, Izuku. That's all there is to it. I'm sorry it scares you, but he's gotta do his job, okay? And I promise you, I'll watch him and make sure he comes home safe. Does that sound all right, Izuku?" "Well, Will he watch you and keep you safe? Izuku asked. I don't want you to get hurt either, Unkai Zashi. Hizashi looked like his heart was about to melt. Yes, I will, Shouta said. Always. There's nothing to worry about, Cabbage. Izuku frowned and slowly nodded. But can you come say hi to me after you get back? So I know you're okay? Hizashi and Shouta nodded. Of course. Whatever you need. Okay, Izuku said. Yawned. I'm sleepy. Go to bed, Cabbage. We'll see you in a few hours, alright? Alright. I love you, Unkai Zashi, Unkai Sho. He walked to the hallway, before stopping. You too, Auntie. We love you too, Cabbage. It appeared as though Hizashi's heart did melt, that time. When Shouta got home from work that day, knee smarting angrily and ready to collapse in bed under his weighted blankets and hide from the world for a while, he immediately noticed how quiet the apartment was. Not that Shouta minded quiet. He quite enjoyed it, really, it's just that it wasn't a common thing in the Aizawa Yamada Midoriya household, not since Izuku had come to live with them, since the child wasn't in school yet, that would have to wait for 2 more long weeks, and the child was always doing something and making some kind of noise. It was rare that you couldn't hear the pitter-patter of little feet running up and down the hallway, or Izuku talking to himself in his room, or Izuku trying to climb something, or crying, or watching cartoons, or cuddling and cooing at the cat or something. But no. Dead silence. Tense dead silence. The only good thing about his schedule now was the hours. The job was grueling, picking up heavy boxes and parcels and loading them into DLVY trucks, carrying merchandise into the stores, constantly covered in sweat and achy muscles, and so much noise, the sound of DLVY trucks beeping blaringly as they backed up, metal grinding against metal as their back doors opened, the yells of drivers and suppliers and all the moving. He was lucky his boss allowed him so many breaks. Half the time he was hiding in the break room, sipping coffee and taking Tylenol and praying to a god he didn't believe in that his headache would go away, and the other half he was bent over a toilet, trembling and puking because so much noise made everything ache. But, despite the painful work and the even more painful surroundings, it had shorter hours. He'd show up early in the morning and leave at about noon, showing up at the apartment around 5 minutes after Hizashi left for his radio show. It made everything a lot easier on them, and Nemuri, of course, she still stopped by to watch Izuku every night so Hizashi and Shouta could patrol, but now she could do her own day shifts without having to worry about Shouta and Hizashi calling last minute for her to babysit the child. It was working out well so far. And since it was the middle of the day, Izuku was almost certainly awake. He always was. The child never seemed to take naps, and Shouta and Hizashi never enforced them since he was strong enough to get to sleep at 8 every night as is, what with all his boundless energy. Shouta sighed, quickly taking off his uniform shirt and his shoes, leaving himself in a gray t-shirt and a pair of black jeans. He hated his uniform shirt, and he was always happy to take it off. The material was too itchy and scratchy, and when it rubbed against his skin it felt like millions of little cactus spikes prickling his nerves. Not to mention the uniform shirt had tags on it, which he hated with a burning passion, but his boss said he wasn't allowed to take the tags off in case other workers had to use his shirt should he quit. The socks got pulled off as fast as the shirt. He hated socks more than he hated tags. Child, he called, looking around the apartment. Hizashi probably would have called him if he'd lost the kid, and Izuku couldn't have gone far if he'd decided to leave. Probably. He walked down the hallway, pushing Izuku's room open. Toys scattered around the room. He'd have to get Izuku to clean those up later, but no sign of the child in question. He moved on to the bathroom. No child. The closet. No child. Though there was a very vibrantly colored jacket. He heard a small rustle come from his and Hizashi's room. Shouta frowned uneasily. Why would the child be in their room? He eased the door open. The child was kneeling by their bed, looking through an old, battered shoebox. On the side of the box in Sharpe, in Hizashi's swooping, curly handwriting was memories. The boy was holding a photo of him and Hizashi, back when they were kids in UA. The Ferris wheel photo, right after he and Hizashi had gotten together. Purple, pink and yellow lights danced off the skin of the kids in the photograph. Shouta still remembered how red Hizashi's face had been after they'd walked off that Ferris wheel, and how confused Shouta had felt, still trying to work out what had just happened. It was a good memory, the image of it captured in time with Nemuri's old Polaroid camera. That's why it was saved in the box. Cabbage, Shouta said. It is not polite to go through other people's things. Izuku's head shot up, and he looked very guilty for a moment, then suddenly, inexplicably nervous. I'm sorry, Unkai Sho, Izuku said. I was looking for my toy, so I could play heroes with my action figures, and I thought they might be in here. Shouta crossed his arms. How did that lead to you looking through boxes? I got Sir. Curious, Shouta supplied for him. Izuku nodded vigorously, green curls bouncing. Yeah, that. Shouta sighed. He really shouldn't scold the child, he was so young, but there was something about him looking through his room that made him distinctly uncomfortable. Cabbage. How did he say this? Tap tap tap. If you want help looking for something, if it's in Hisashi and Ai's room, ask. Don't just go in. Okay? And don't go through people's stuff. It's not nice. If you get curious about something, just ask if you can look through it. Got it, child? Izuku nodded sadly, eyes on the floor. He looked chastised. I won't do it again, Unkai, Izuku said again. I'm sorry. He frowned for a moment. But, who's this baby? He pointed to the photo of newborn Izuku, sitting nestled between all the other little frozen pieces of history. Shouta and Hisashi had taken the photos down from the walls immediately after Izuku had started living with them, partly because they didn't know how destructive the child would get once he was comfortable with them, and partly because it would be strong to explain why Hisashi and Shouta already had photos of him. That's you, Shouta said simply. Right after you were born. You probably don't recognize yourself. You looked like a very dried-out tomato back then. You met me before? Izuku asked in wonder. No, Shouta said. He decided the one time he saw the boy at his parents' funeral didn't. But your mother sent those to me on your birthday every year. I guess she wanted me to know you existed. Shouta shrugged. But no. I never met you. Oh, Izuku said. Did you not want to? Shouta blinked. What makes you think that? I don't know. I dunno. I was young when you were born, Izuku. I had no way of going to visit you. I wanted to at first, but I knew I wouldn't be able to. After that I was pretty indifferent to you. What's indifferent? It just means I wasn't that involved in your life. And I'm sorry about that. Izuku hummed. My dad didn't like you much, I don't think. Mommy and him were always arguing about you. I know he didn't like me, Shouta said. And that's okay. Izuku tilted his head to the side. You're not sad he didn't like you? No, Shouta said. I can't make everyone like me, and he liked me for something I couldn't control, so it doesn't matter. He felt like he was directly reciting one of the speeches Hisashi had given to him, time and time again. He called you a freak, Izuku admitted. Lots of people have. I've been told I'm an odd person. Well, I don't think you're a freak, Izuku said, puffing up his ego. I think you're the bestest ever. I appreciate that. Immensely. Shouta hoped he hadn't offended the boy by how dry his voice sounded. Izuku just looked confused in that way he did before he asked a question. What's immensely mean? Shouta considered getting the child a dictionary. You remember when extremely means? Izuku nodded, he'd learned what that word meant a few days ago. It means I appreciate it to a great extent. I appreciate you not thinking I'm odd very much. Izuku smiled, and it was like the sun was looking up at him. Can we look at more pictures? I want to see what I looked like when I was little. Look in a mirror. Izuku's shoulders slumped, and he pouted up at him. Shouta sighed, sitting on the edge of his bed to get the weight off of his leg. The cabbage? Izuku grinned, climbing up on the bed beside him and bringing the box of photographs with him, handling them carefully, like each photograph was the most delicate, expensive thing he'd ever held. It made Shouta wonder why he wasn't this careful with cups and plates. Hisashi was always having to rush forward during dinner time to save a porcelain plate or a glass cup that was dangerously close to the edge. He picked up the most recent photo next. He held it carefully and looked at it sadly. I remember when this was taken, Izuku said. Mommy did it. She loved taking pictures. He placed the photo aside, next grabbing yet another one taken back in Shouta's high school days. In that one, they were at a diner. Hizashi had burst into laughter at something Shouta couldn't remember, and the milkshake was running out of his nose. Shouta could be seen in the background, giving the blonde a disgusted and affronted look. Hizashi's face was red and tears were falling down his eyes despite the fact that he was clearly laughing, not crying. Shouta could remember how concerned he'd been for the boy at the time, before remembering how inclined for the dramatic he was. Izuku giggled at the picture. Izuku grabbed the next one. This one was taken in a selfie-like way. Hizashi and Nemuri were both on the couch, Shouta sitting between them, wrapped in Nemuri's weighted blanket and completely dead to the world. It had been taken at Shouta's old apartment. "Is that Auntie?" Izuku asked excitedly. "She looks different." "We all look different," Shouta stated. "We were younger." Izuku grabbed the next photo. He gasped. "Is that a kitty? Is that Takara?" He squealed. "Yes." "She was still a baby. She was skinny. She was a healthy weight," Shouta rebuked. "Before I started feeding her tuna fish all the time." Izuku grabbed the next photo. "Who's that?" Shouta looked at the photo. It seemed, the farther down Izuku dug in the photo-filled box, the older they were. That photograph held a picture of Hizashi, a reluctant-looking Shouta, and Tensei Ida. It looked like it had been taken after the exams for first year, judging by their appearances. Shouta still had that shorter hair. "That's a friend of mine. His name is Tensei. He's the pro-hero in Genium." Izuku looked like his eyes might just pop out of his head with how wide they were. "He has a little brother named Tenya who's about your age. You might meet him someday." "Oh, please, please," Izuku said, bouncing in place excitedly. "I want to meet Tenya and Mr. Ingenium. Please, Unkai, please?" Shouta felt very uncomfortable and very manipulated as a pair of bright green puppy dog eyes fell on him. "I already told you might be able to," Shouta said. "Please stop." The eyes did not cease. "I'll work something out with your Uncle Hizashi." "Yes?" Izuku nodded frantically. "Good. Now calm down." Izuku reached for the next photograph, digging his hand deep into the box. "That's Hizashi's family," Shouta said before Izuku could ask. And there were his parents, who might as well have been Hizashi's carbon copies. Tall, blonde hair, though his father had blue eyes while his mother had green. Shouta was in the photo too, because after he and Hizashi had gotten together it wasn't often he was away from Hizashi's house. "You look tiny," Izuku said. And Shouta supposed that was true. As a child he'd been fairly short because of his eating habits, and that photo was taken just before he shot up to 6'0" and got taller than Nemuri. "Yes," Shouta said. "I was a child. And Hizashi's parents are both very tall." Izuku hummed, grabbing the next photo. "Graduation. And this? First patrol." He pointed at another. "The second sports festival. What about this? That's just a tree." Izuku kept going through photos until he came across the last one at the very bottom of the box. "Who's this boy?" Izuku had pulled out a photograph of a tall boy with bright, floating blue hair and a wide, Cheshire cat grin. He'd been a friend. Not as close as Nemuri and Hizashi, but a friend nonetheless, though their group never hung outside of school grounds. He still blamed himself for his death, for not being there. "Someone I try not to think about," Shouta said simply. "No more photos." "Have you eaten?" "Unkai Zashi gave me leftover onigiri for lunch," Izuku replied. "Go play with your toys, and then clean your room. There are toys scattered everywhere." Izuku nodded, scurrying out of the room and down the hallway to his own. Shouta sat there for a moment, not quite willing to stand up yet until the itchiness eased its way out of his knee. He glanced down at the box of photos again. It was still open, and the boy's photo was resting on the rest. He stared at it. The photo stared back. "I'm still sorry." Then he put the lid on the box and slid it back under the bed. He couldn't be blamed if he wanted to forget about some of the memories resting inside. It was one of their few days off from their hectic schedule, Sunday. Hizashi's radio show didn't play on Sunday, and Shouta's boss was a firm believer in the fact that no one should work on that day. He had no such qualms against working on Saturday, but Shouta wouldn't complain. It was one of those quiet Sunday mornings, where everything was slow like melting butter and it was quiet for once. No yelling from Izuku, no talking from Hisashi, not even any sound coming from the TV. Just quiet. Shouta took a sip of his coffee and tried to revel in the calmness and quiet of the morning for as long as he could. Izuku was, presumably, still asleep, and Hisashi, not wanting to wake the boy up, had put his breakfast in the microwave before joining Shouta at the table. And it was nice, because Hisashi held his hand while they ate and smiled at him warmly every once in a while, like he was happy just from seeing Shouta, and it made something nice and warm spring up in his teeth. And then it was broken by a single, piercing shriek, followed by stuttered crying. It didn't take long for Hisashi and Shouta to quickly push away from the table. Shouta, fearing the worst, had a villain snuck in? Was he hurt? Would he be able to take him to the hospital if he was hurt? When they crashed through Izuku's bedroom door, they found the boy on the floor. He was pouting, and frustrated and pained tears were running down his face. He was holding a spot on his forehead, which was bright red, but other than that he looked fine. What happened? Hisashi asked, moving Izuku's hand away from the spot before tilting the boy's chin up and glancing at his pupils. Izuku sniffled and let out a choked-off sound. Shouta knew that the boy always made that sound before he started crying. "Calm down, child," Shouta said. "You're all right. Tell us what happened." I was trying to do flips like you," he wailed. "And then I hit my head on the dresser." The 5-year-old glared at the piece of furniture. "You were trying to do flips?" Shouta asked. "You can't just do flips without knowing how, especially in such a closed-off space. It's not safe." "Why you said why you'd teach me gymnastics? But you've been busy, so I wanted to learn to do flips by myself so I could be a her hero like you and Unkai Zashi and All Might and Dash," he wailed loudly. "Child, if you really wanted to learn all that you should have just reminded me. I would have found the time," Shouta said, feeling slightly guilty. "That was silly. That was silly. You acted silly." He wasn't sure if he should say the word stupid in front of a child. Izuku looked just as upset by being described as silly. "But you're always tired," he said. "And you're always working 'cause mommy's funeral cost so much and—" He looked down and rubbed at his eyes. "I didn't want to bother you." Shouta frowned. Bother him? Why would Izuku asking to learn about gymnastics bother him? He'd made the offer in the first place, a few months ago. Shouta looked over to Hisashi. Hisashi looked close to tears. Shouta looked back at Izuku. "I apologize," Shouta said, "for calling you silly. And I apologize for making you think that you asking me to teach you gymnastics would bother me." Izuku frowned at him. "You don't gotta say sorry," Izuku said. "That's not dash." "No, child," Shouta said. "If I did anything to make you feel like you asking me to teach you gymnastics would bother me, then I'm not doing my job right. Because my job, above all else, is to take care of you. That's why I signed all those papers, and why I got all those other jobs, to take care of you. And if teaching you how to do a flip, or a cartwheel, or anything, is a part of taking care of you, then that's what I'll do." Shouta shrugged. His hands gripped his elbows. He rarely shared what he thought like that, and never to Izuku. He didn't do heart-to-hearts much. Except with Hisashi, occasionally. He hoped he'd gotten his point across. He saw Hisashi shaking in the corner of his eye, and knew that his boyfriend was crying now. Because of course he was. So you'll teach me flips and cartwheels?" Izuku asked hopefully. Shouta had to stop himself from rolling his eyes, because of course that's the part a 5-year-old would focus on. "Yes, child," Shouta said. "That is what I said." Izuku grinned, darting forward toward him. Careful dash," she heard Hisashi cry out, just before Izuku crashed into him and wrapped his arms around his leg. The wrong leg. Shouta had to stop himself from crying out as he felt the familiar pain start sparking up in his knee. Izuku, of course, was utterly oblivious as Shouta started leaning against the doorway slightly to keep from falling. "Zoo, baby, maybe you should dash?" No, he's..." Shouta cleared his throat. "He's fine." He patted the boy's curly green head, and Izuku let go of his leg and smiled up at him sweetly. How about you help go eat your breakfast with Unkai Zashi while I go do something?" Shouta said. But you said dash. I will, child, Shouta said. He needed to sit down. Just later. Not right now. You have to eat first. Yes? Izuku nodded. That makes sense. Okay, Unkai. He darted out of the room, headed toward the dining room. Shouta heard a chair drag across the floor. You alright, Sho? Hisashi asked. His eyes were still red, and he had his arms outstretched in front of him, like he was expecting Shouta to fall. I am fine. I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry about me, Zashi. Really? Because you look like you're about to? I'm fine, Shouta said through gritted teeth. I think I just need to sit down. Okay, if you say so. Shouta walked out of the bedroom, past the kitchen, where he tried not to make it obvious to Izuku that he was in pain, and into the living area. He practically collapsed onto the couch, Takara jumping on beside him. His leg was outstretched in front of him, feeling stiff and still aching sharply. He could hear Hisashi in the kitchen, reminding Izuku to be careful about Shouta's injury. He ran his fingers through Takara's soft fur. Demon that villain. Izuku ran into the room as soon as he was done eating, leaving Hisashi to deal with cleaning up. He was bouncing in place as he stood in front of him, looking eager. All right, said Shouta, sitting up slightly. I need you to clear a space in here, move the table, the chairs, all that. Izuku nodded, moving the coffee table against the far wall as well as the armchairs. Shouta took him through all the steps Shuta's instructor had taught him, safety, first and foremost, before moving on to the actual physical part of gymnastics. By the time they were done, Izuku could manage a roll across the floor, and the beginning of doing it backwards, without much trouble. The boy looked up at him directly after completing the roll. I did it, Unkai Sho, he crowed excitedly. I really did it. Did you see that? That was so fun. Quiet down, child, Shouta said. We have neighbors. And the yelling was starting to make his ears hurt, but he didn't say that. Izuku looked a bit more subdued. But yes, you did do a good job. Hisashi ran forward from where he was standing in the doorway, grabbing the boy and spinning him slightly. You did such a good job, Izuku, Hisashi said. The boy giggled madly as Hisashi held him, gripping the man's neck tightly. Hisashi set him down. Oh, Izuku said, tilting back and forth slightly. Dizzy? He fell onto his back. Hisashi snickered, darting forward and tickling his stomach mercilessly. There were tears streaming from the boy's eyes. Stop. Stop, Unkai Zashi. What's the magic word, little listener? Hisashi asked, continuing his assault. Please. Please stop. Oh, fine, Hisashi said, baking up. The boy curled up onto his side on the phone, holding his stomach and still giggling. Shouta saw Hisashi quickly take a picture with his phone. Izuku slowly sat up, wiping at his face, shoulders still shaking with the remainder of his laughing. He looked up at Shouta and smiled happily. Unkai Sho, can we keep learning? I want to learn another flip. You have to learn that one first, cabbage, Shouta said. Did good, but there's still stuff you need to work on. You want to be a hero, right? Izuku nodded vigorously. A hero is only as good as their abilities. And since you don't have a quirk, your physical abilities will have to be better than everyone's. Yes? Izuku nodded, still smiling, before it fell slightly. Do you think I can really be a hero without a quirk? I think anyone can be a hero, cabbage, Shouta said honestly. Izuku frowned. There's never been a quirkless hero before, he said, frowning. Shouta really did roll his eyes that time. Then just be the first. Izuku blinked up at him, startled. What? Nothing. Just thank you, Shouta said, feeling awkward. Doesn't matter if you don't have a quirk. Plenty of heroes have pretty useless quirks for battle, and they do fine. Alright? If anyone says that you can't be a hero without a quirk, they're a thick-headed ignoramus. Izuku blinked. Ignoramus means an ignorant or stupid person. Izuku nodded. Am I allowed to call someone an ignoramus? Izuku pronounced the word ignoramus, and Shouta heard Hisashi wheeze from where he was standing. Absolutely not. By dinner, Izuku had improved exponentially, and Shuta's leg had finally stopped hurting. It was lucky he didn't have patrol that night, honestly. What Shouta and Hisashi hadn't known was that, once Shouta taught him to do a simple roll, he would start rolling where he wanted to go instead of walking. Which was unexpected, admittedly. Shouta couldn't quite remember doing that as a child. First, he rolled from the living room to the table, then he tried to roll from the floor onto the chair. Thankfully, he gave that up and just climbed onto it. Then he rolled back into the living room and started rolling around the room everywhere while Hisashi and Shouta watched a movie on the TV. You remember that old video game? With the blue hedgehog? Hisashi whispered to Shouta. Shouta hummed. I think that's what he's going for. Child. Shouta called to Izuku. Izuku stopped rolling and looked up at him. Please stop rolling everywhere. Izuku pouted at him. You told me to practice. Izuku protested. I didn't mean to use it as a form of transportation. Your head is going to start hurting from the floor soon. What's transportation? Someone or something moving from one place to another. K. He went back to rolling. Child. It was a bit of a lengthy process to get the child to settle down. Izuku, just sit down. Cabbage, please. Zoo, for God's sake, dash. Get down from there. But Unkai. The worst thing was trying to get him to sleep. He was simply too excited about his newfound ability to go down. Shouta had read to him, Hisashi had sung, they'd given him stuffed animals, warm milk, everything they could think of. Then when his eyes had finally closed and he'd gone down and Shouta and Hisashi had returned to their movie, they still heard him rolling around in his room. By the time he was really, truly asleep it was 10 p.m., Hisashi and Shouta were exhausted, and Shouta was idly considering jumping out of the nearest window. I never want children, Hisashi said, throwing the extra pillows on their bed aside. Never. That was hell. That was the purest definition of hell. You already have a child. Technically, you're the only one who has guardianship over him, Hisashi said as he climbed into bed. I'm just around for the ride. If you think you're getting out of helping me raise him, dash. I'm not saying that, Hisashi said. Relax. I'm just saying in the future, if we get married. Or whatever. Please no more children. That I can agree with, Shouta said, climbing into bed beside Hisashi. Getting custody of a 5-year-old changed the way we do things. Imagine another one. Hisashi snickered. Yeah, like, we can't drink anymore. Can't watch movies that aren't above PG, our schedules are different. Can't go out with Nemuri as much, Shouta added. Less sleep. No more naps. Can't swear. Not that I swear a lot, but you and Nemuri must be struggling. Hisashi barked a laugh. Yeah, that's true, he said. He hummed. You want to know another thing we haven't been able to do much since Izuku? He asked. There was a hand on Shuta's face, Hisashi's thumb stroking over his cheekbone. Can't do that, Shouta protested. The child will hear. He's asleep. Hisashi reminded him, and Shouta hummed. That was true. There was a hand on this hip, now, and Hisashi was pulling him close, and just before their lips touched. The sound of a child rolling across the floor of his room and hitting the wall. God damn it. Shouta had never regretted taking custody of a child more than he did that moment. Work for Shouta had started at 4 a.m. before, but now that Izuku was finally going to school, he had to go through the lengthy process of changing his work schedule. Then he'd had to scrounge up all the spare money he could, trying to ignore all of the ridiculous amounts of interest piling up on their debt, to get the boy his uniform. Then he'd had to take a day off of work, something his boss had not been happy about at all, to enroll Izuku into the nearest primary school. Then he'd had to worry about lunch money and books, and new shoes and a haircut, because apparently Izuku's hair was too long, and then he'd had to figure out how to get him to school on time while also getting to his job on time. It was enough to make him want to rip his hair out. Or hide in a dark room for a few years. That was how he found himself where he was. It was 6 a.m., and he was nursing a cup of coffee and trying to tame his shaggy black hair with the hated hairbrush before throwing it back in a bun and clipping his bangs out of his face with the cat clips. Then he got to work on fixing the child's lunch. He decided to just throw some leftovers from the previous night in a brown paper bag, because surely the school had a microwave somewhere, and finally, the part he was dreading most, getting the child up and moving. Hisashi couldn't be there because the agency had assigned him desk work along with his nightly patrols and his radio show, so he was already gone, leaving Shouta to do most of the work with Izuku himself. Logically, he knew that the desk work was a good thing because the agency was paying him for the extra hours he did and they really and truly needed all the money they could get, but it didn't make him less upset at having to get the child up and ready by himself. Shouta opened the boy's bedroom door, flipping the overhead light on. Izuku groaned and rolled over, burying himself in his pillow. He said. Izuku ummed pitifully. Get up, cabbage. No movement. If the child was this bad in the mornings, maybe he should make his bedtime an hour early. Cabbage. Get up. Gra. What does that even mean? Cabbage. It's the first day of school. Time to wake up. Izuku muttered something that didn't sound like Japanese. Shouta sighed. He walked over to the boy, ripping his blanket and sheets off and tossing them aside. Please. Izuku sighed, sitting up and rubbing his eyes tiredly. Why do I gotta go to school? He whined, climbing out of bed and heading to the closet. Your uniforms are hung up on the far right side, Shouta said. And because you need a quality education? What's quality mean? Izuku asked, pulling off his night clothes and changing into his slacks and uniform. Do you need help with the buttons? Shouta asked, and Izuku nodded. And quality basically means good. You need a good education, yes? Izuku nodded before frowning. If I need a good education, then why am I going to public school? We're all so poor. Oh. Shouta helped Izuku button his shirt before Izuku pulled on his blazer. Shouta then helped the boy with the tie. All right. All done. Is the tie comfortable? Not too tight? It's fine, Unkai, Izuku said. Thank you. You're welcome, child, Shouta said. Come on, bathroom. Izuku sighed tiredly, trailing behind Shouta to the bathroom where they stood in front of the mirror. Shouta grabbed a comb and a spray bottle, drenching the boy's hair with water, like he did almost every morning. To be fair, the boy's hair had to be combed every morning. It got tangled far too easily. Don't yank, Izuku warned him through a yawn. I know, child, Shouta said, sectioning off the hair and running his comb through it. Izuku fiddled with his fingers as he did, glancing around the room. He looked anxious. Shouta finished combing the boy's hair, swooping the green curls to the side. He knew that, by midday, Izuku's hair would be just as wild and curly as it had been that morning. What's wrong? Shouta asked, putting the spray bottle and the comb to the side. You look agitated. I'm a little nervous, Izuku admitted. He had learned what the word nervous meant recently, too. About what? Shouta asked, walking out of the bathroom and into the kitchen. There were eggs in the microwave, left by Hisashi before he'd left for the agency. What if no one likes me 'cause I'm quirkless? Izuku asked, still fiddling with his fingers. Shouta didn't answer for a moment, plating up the eggs. Then they're bigots and they don't deserve your attention, Shouta stated simply. If anyone upsets you, just tell me and Hisashi. We'll take care of it. Yes? Izuku nodded. What does bigot mean? Shouta thought for a moment. A very foolish person who is too attached to an opinion, Shouta said, sitting at the table. There were a lot of bigots at my school. My quirk came in late. I was 8, and everyone made fun of me for it. That and I was, and still am pretty odd. That's not nice, Izuku said, frowning. It's just the way the world is, Shouta said, shrugging. But that's not fair. Izuku protested. You're right. It's not. I'm sorry. I wish it was different, Shouta said. He glanced down at the boy's plate. Eat your eggs, you need breakfast? Can I have coffee too? Izuku asked. Hisashi said you drink it because it makes you happy and less sleepy? No, Shouta said. It stunts your growth. Do you want to be 3 feet tall for the rest of your life? Izuku's eyes widened comically, and he shook his head vigorously. Didn't think so. Why is the world so mean? Izuku wondered. I'm not sure, Shouta admitted. Some people have different opinions, and sometimes those opinions aren't very nice. And when they clash with other people's opinions, sometimes it can bring out the worst in people. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but you'll understand someday, okay? I'm never gonna be mean like that, Izuku said resolutely. My op dash. Opinions, Shouta supplied. Yeah, those? Izuku said. They're gonna be nice ones. Good, Shouta said. He glanced at the wall clock. Time to go. Backpack, shoes, car seat, let's go. Izuku nodded, running to slip his new shoes on and grab his bag. By the time Shouta had slipped into his work uniform, tags, Izuku was in the living room, waiting impatiently by the door. They went down to the parking lot, Izuku climbing into the back seat and buckling himself up. Shouta climbed into the front, starting the car before peeling out of the parking lot. Driving was just another thing on the list of things Shouta hated doing, but sometimes it simply couldn't be avoided. It took them 20 minutes to get to Izuku's primary school, pulling into the parking lot at 7. Shouta climbed out of the car with Izuku, helping him grab his stuff and walking him into the building, unsure of what he was supposed to do. There was a receptionist in the front office. Hello, the receptionist said warmly. Hi, Shouta said, feeling awkward. I'm here to drop off the child. Where do I take him? Well, what's his name? The receptionist asked warmly, turning toward her computer. Izuku Midoriya, Shouta answered. I'm his guardian and his emergency contact. Backup emergency contacts are listed under Hisashi Yamada and Namuri Kayama? The woman nodded. Yes, here he is, the woman said. He'll be in Mrs. Suzuki's class. It's down the first-year hallway, just past the bathroom. You'll know it when you see it, dear. Yes. Thank you, Shouta said. Come on, child, he said to Izuku, opening the door and walking out of the office. It didn't take much work to find the correct classroom. Once he opened the door, a wave of noise hit him full force. There were 12 other small children in the room. A lot of them were crying and clinging to their parents. One was standing on a bookshelf, screaming when anyone got near him. A couple were acting fairly civil, playing with toys near the back. One little girl had bright pink hair and was running around with a toy, screaming. Shouta felt Izuku hide behind his leg. The teacher saw them and hurried over. Hello, she said hurriedly, looking rather tired. Is your son in my class or are you asking for directions? He's not my son, he's my nephew, Shouta said. And yes, he's in your class. Great, the teacher said, looking pained. Well, the young man can go to a table and sit down, maybe color in one of our coloring books. Does he have school supplies? Shouta nodded. Excellent. Tell him to hang up his bag over there, please. Shouta nodded. He turned to the boy. Cabbage, he said. Izuku looked up at him. Behave. Be nice to your classmates and try to make friends. Remember what I told you this morning? Izuku nodded. Your Uncle Zashi will pick you up this evening, after his show. All right? Izuku nodded. Put your stuff up and sit down after I leave. Izuku nodded. Try to keep the cartwheels to a minimum. Izuku nodded. And when you go out to recess, don't bring anything from outside to the inside. Yes? Izuku nodded. Good. I have to get to work. I love you, Unkai Sho, Izuku said, looking a tad bit nervous at being separated from him. I'll miss you. I love you too. And don't bother missing me. I'll see you this evening after work, yes? I get off at 4. Izuku nodded, though it looked shaky now. I'll see you then, Izuku, okay? Izuku nodded again, before darting forward to wrap his arms around Shuta's leg, the good leg, this time, since Hisashi had lectured him after the last incident. Bye-bye, Izuku said before turning to sit at one of the tables. Shouta turned to the teacher. He has bad anxiety. Don't mention his mother or his father. If he starts crying, remind him to breathe. If he hyperventilates, call me. If he wants a hug, then hug him, please. The teacher nodded, looking surprised. He has a sack lunch, but it will need to be microwaved, that is all. Shouta then turned on his heel, speed walking to the car so he could get to work in time for his shift. Izuku wanted to make his uncle proud, so he immediately set out to make a friend. And there were lots of friends to choose from. He didn't think he wanted to talk to the little boy standing on the bookshelf, since he looked like one of the scary dogs on the television that slobbered and bit you. A few of the kids looked big and mean, way bigger than Izuku, and they scared him. There was a tiny little girl around the same height as him that looked like a very nice person, but she was coloring and he didn't want to bother her. The pink-haired girl was loud and scary, and she seemed pretty happy to run around screaming with her toy. Which left the purple-haired boy. Izuku had noticed the purple-haired boy when they walked in because he was clinging to the leg of a tall man with the same colored hair in a lab coat. But the boy was crying now, albeit quietly, and he looked scared of everyone, so Izuku didn't know if it'd be alright to talk to him either. Maybe talking to the nice-looking girl would be better than upsetting the purple-haired boy or getting yelled at by the crazy girl. But he also remembered what the boys at his old school said about girls, how they said that they were all gross and that they didn't know how to play like boys did. And his dad had always gotten upset when he cried because he said that only girls did that, and he made it sound like girls were bad, even though mommy was a girl and she was alright. Auntie Nem was a girl too, and she never acted weird and she wasn't gross like the boys said. So maybe they were wrong. Or maybe they had bad opinions, like Kai Sho said. So he walked to the nice-looking girl and sat next to her. The girl looked up from her drawing. Her brown hair was cut short and the longer strands were pinned to the side, like Kai Sho's hair sometimes was. "Hi," Izuku said, feeling a little shy. "My name's Zuku." The girl smiled at him. "My name's Ochako," she said happily. "Do you like crayons? You can share mine if you want." Izuku gasped. He did like crayons. "Yes, please," he said happily, and the girl handed him a purple crayon. On the coloring sheet was a snowman, and Izuku colored his top hat dark purple. "Are you happy about school?" "I am," Ochako asked, looking like she was about to start bouncing in her seat. "I'm gonna get real smart in school. I can become a hero and make money for my parents. I'm gonna be a hero too," Izuku said excitedly. "If heroes made money? Did that mean he could make money for Kai Sho and Kai Zashi, so they didn't have to worry about the bank anymore? That sounded like a good idea. My quirk is called zero gravity," Ochako said happily. "It means I can make stuff really light, but it makes my tummy sick if I use it too much. I'm gonna be a rescue hero." Izuku felt slightly uncomfortable. I don't have a quirk," he admitted. So I'm gonna be the first quirkless hero." "You don't have a quirk?" Ochako asked. "How?" "The doctor said that my foot's weird so I can't have one," Izuku admitted. "But that's okay. That just means I'll have to work harder than everyone else, and I can do that." "That sounds like a good idea," Ochako said. "Hey, maybe you and me can be a hero team. You can fight the bad guys while I rescue people. That could be cool." Izuku's eyes lit up. "Yeah, that'd be so cool. I can't wait." Ochako giggled, and Izuku's smile felt too big for his face. "Maybe if we make more friends they'll want to be in our hero team too." Ochako gasped. "Yeah." And so, the two abandoned their crayons, locked in their plans to be the heroes of the future. Izuku didn't think he liked school much. There wasn't a lot in school that he hadn't already learned, so it was really easy. But he'd made friends with Ochako, so that was nice, and recess was a good time to practice with her quirk and plan for their hero team, even if the school said they couldn't use their quirks too much. During recess, the pair had walked around the place rather than play on the playground much, since it was so crowded. Some other kids walked around too. The purple-haired boy laid in the grass and stared up at the clouds the entire time. The mean-looking boys stole seats on the swing sets from other kids, and Izuku wanted to stop them because that's what heroes do, but Ochako convinced him not to. "We're really tiny, Zuku. They might hurt us. We gotta get bigger first." The crazy pink-haired girl from earlier ran around the playground with her toy. It was silver and it was shiny, and she never seemed to let go of it. She talked to it and squealed about it a lot. Recess ended really fast, and they went back inside for lunch. After lunch, which Izuku's teacher let him microwave in the teacher's lounge, they had afternoon lessons where the teacher taught them all about numbers and shapes, and that was a little harder for Izuku since he hadn't learned a lot about numbers yet, except how to count to 10. Ochako was really good at numbers. She said it was because her parents worked in something called construction. He'd have to ask Kai Sho what that meant later, and they had to use math a lot, so they taught some of it to Ochako. Ochako didn't know how to read as well as Izuku, but she could add and subtract and even do something called division, and Izuku didn't know what that was either, but Ochako said it was really strong. Izuku didn't think he liked his teacher much. She had let him microwave his lunch, but then, as a game, they'd had to say what their quirks were in front of the whole class, And she'd looked at Izuku weird when he said he didn't have one. A lot of the other kids looked at him weird too. What if no one likes me 'cause I'm quirkless? Then they're bigots and they don't deserve your attention, Shouta stated simply. If anyone upsets you, just tell me and Hisashi. We'll take care of it. Yes? Izuku hoped they weren't bigots. They looked like nice people. After the quirk game, which turned out to be a game where people were supposed to act like they had each other's quirk and how they'd use it, the bell rang. After a while, a lot of kids' parents came in to pick them up, and lots of them pointed at Izuku. It made Izuku want to hide under a table. The purple-haired boy's father came to pick him up. He was still wearing a lab coat, and as soon as the purple-haired boy saw him, he ran at him and jumped into his arms and hid his face in his neck and started crying again. The doctor man had shushed him and rubbed his back and said sorry to the teacher before leaving. Izuku's dad would never have held him if he was crying. He would have said he was acting like a girl. But Unkaizashi always hugged him when he cried, and Unkai-sho always reminded him to breathe, and that was nice. Maybe he could ask his dad to do that when he came back from America to take Izuku home. Maybe, when dad came to pick him up and take him home and he asked him to hug him when he cried instead of calling him a girl, he could also tell him about how great Unkai-sho was and he'd let Izuku visit him. That would be nice. Izuku looked at the door when Unkaizashi walked in. Unkaizashi had his glasses on and his hair was ungelled and pulled up, and he was wearing a bright blue t-shirt and black jeans. He didn't look a lot like Present Mike. Maybe that was on purpose. Ochako, my Unkai's here. I gotta go. Okay, Zuku. See you tomorrow, Ochako said. Izuku hugged Ochako and ran toward Unkaizashi, who picked him up and gave him a big hug once he saw him. Hey, little listener. Unkaizashi said. Are you ready to go home? Your Uncle Sho will be there by the time we get back, and your auntie is already there and she wants to hear all about your day. Izuku nodded and Unkaizashi grinned at him, carrying him out of the classroom and putting him in his car seat. So, I saw you hug that girl. Is she your friend? Unkaizashi asked while they drove back home. Izuku. Yeah, he said, bouncing in place. Her name's Ochako, and we're gonna be heroes. Shouta woke up and immediately knew he wouldn't be getting up that day. Last night's patrol had been difficult, mentally and physically. He had overdone his leg and now his knee was aching terribly, reminding him of his ever-present injury, and Shouta reached under his bed to grab his leg brace and, hopefully, alleviate some of the pain. The patrol, by an underground hero's standards, had been easy. But there was one incident near the end that had shook Shouta to the core. There had been a man and a woman, both wearing matching wedding bands, and the man had been screaming the most awful things at his wife. Shouta had listened for a moment, unsure if he should intervene, before the man raised his hand up and the woman flinched violently, and Shuta's capture weapon shot forward outside of his own volition. It had made him so unbelievably angry. But the woman hadn't wanted help. She'd yelled at him until his ears hurt and his fingers were digging into the skin of his elbows and he was sure he'd have bruises later, angry at him. And she demanded that he let her husband go, release him. So Shouta had and the man had alternated between glaring at him and glaring at his wife the entire time they walked away. And Shouta didn't even know what he did wrong. When things got too loud or too fast or too sharp or too stressful and Shouta got overwhelmed, he had these moments that Hisashi liked to call the quiet before the storm. Moments where he was quiet and drawn and pale and his fingers were tapping away at his elbows and everything ached and it felt like one more thing on top of everything else, one more grain of sand would tip the scale and he would break. When Hisashi had seen him, he'd made him go straight to bed and had fitted the sound-blocking headphones that Hisashi usually used over Shuta's ears, digging the weighted blankets out of the closet and tucking them around Shouta along with the blanket and comforter. Then he'd drawn the curtains in their room so no outside light could get in, turned off all the lights in the room so it was completely dark and had climbed into bed beside him, throwing an arm across his waist and massaging his knuckles as he fell asleep. Shouta was lucky to have him. But that didn't help him the next morning. Hisashi must have predicted something like this happening, because there were 4 bottles of water on the bedside and a package of Oreo cookies as well as a bottle of Tylenol. The noise-blocking headphones were still fixed firmly over his ears and the room was dark. His phone was charging on the nightstand. He checked it. 5. Hisashi would have left for office work at the agency not long ago. Shouta sighed. His skin was prickling unpleasantly, the pain in his head reaching a crescendo just from the faint sounds of his own breathing. The fabric of his nightshirt felt scratchy on his skin, so he took it off, but then he was cold, so he burrowed under his blankets and tried not to get too frustrated. He needed to think. Everything hurt, but he needed to think. It was difficult. His mind kept bringing him back to the prickling feeling in his skin. Shouta felt like clawing it out. Breathe. Tap tap tap. He couldn't go to work. That much was obvious. Too rough, too scratchy, too loud, tags, and he didn't trust himself to drive to get Izuku to school. So he had two options. He could call Izuku in sick, or he could get Nemuri to drive him. Nemuri would gut him. Shouta wondered if it would hurt less. Shouta sighed, burrowing farther in his blankets. Nemuri? Would Nemuri even be awake? She liked getting plenty of sleep for her night patrols. Through the small crack in his pile of blankets, he saw a wedge of light and he groaned. Then, a tiny silhouette, Izuku. The boy climbed onto his bed and folded back his blankets. He said something, and Shouta couldn't quite hear it. Then, tiny hands were pushing his headphones down. School time, Unkai, he said, and even though his voice was quiet, it still hurt so much. Inside voice, he said weakly. I can't take you today. The sound of his own voice made his headache spike. Not today, Cabbage. Okay? I'm going to call? Auntie? Izuku suggested. Yes, Shouta said. So, be a good child and get ready for school, okay? Izuku nodded. You aunt will be here. So, and I'll tell her to bring breakfast. Yes? Izuku nodded again. Good child. Izuku reached down and hugged him, wrapping little arms around his shoulders. Are you sick? He asked him softly, pulling away. He was whispering. The world is very loud, Shouta said. It could be worse. It really could be. If he had gotten truly overwhelmed the night before, had he gotten to that space where everything was too much and he was tearing at his hair and crying and screaming like he used to when he was stressed about school or someone in his class was hurting him, he probably wouldn't have had the energy to speak. Izuku frowned. He leaned forward again, and Shouta thought he was getting another hug, but instead he felt a wet smack on his cheek. He couldn't decide whether he was disgusted or not. My mommy used to give me embraces when I felt icky, Izuku informed him. He looked sad for a moment, before quickly moving on. It chases the aois away. Did it work? A little bit, Shouta said. It had not. Thank you. Just go get ready and sit in the living room. Okay? You're welcome. Izuku clambered down from the bed, running out of the room and closing the door quietly behind him, cloaking it with darkness once more. He was sorely tempted to put his noise-blocking headphones back on, but instead he fumbled for the phone on his nightstand, sighing as he clicked Nemuri's phone number. He turned the brightness and the sound onto the lowest setting. What the F do you want? Nemuri snapped, voice thick with sleep. It's Shouta, Shouta said stiffly, pinching the bridge of his nose. He was reminded once more of why he didn't like talking on phones. What? Nemuri said. He heard shuffling on the other end of the line. Since when do you call people? That's not of importance, Shouta said. He groaned as his headache spiked again painfully. The tingling in his skin only seemed to be getting worse, and he wanted nothing more than to end this conversation and to sleep this off. I'm having a bad day. I need you to take the child to school. Nemuri was quiet for a moment. Are we talking about a bad day, or a bad day? Nemuri asked cautiously. Shouta hated that he understood what she meant. A bad day, Shouta said. Look, I just got overwhelmed on a patrol, and I have some kind of migraine and I need to sleep it off. Can you take the cabbage? I mean, sure, of course, Nemuri said. There was more shuffling from the other end of the line. Just send me the address. Thank you, Nemuri, Shouta said. It's not an issue, Nemuri said. Just feel better, all right? Yes, Shouta said. Goodbye. He hung the phone up quickly, opening his messages and quickly typing out the address before powering off his phone and reburying himself into his blanket home. He just had to sleep it off. Izuku didn't know how to button his shirt. He didn't know how to tie his tie, or tie his shoes, or comb his hair without it yanking. The only really successful thing he managed was buttoning his slacks. So there he sat in the living room, his shirt completely unbuttoned and his tie sitting over one shoulder, his blazer doing little to hide this fact. He'd gotten hungry waiting for Auntie Nem, so he was also eating cookies. The Oreos were in Unkai-sho's room and he didn't want to take them from him when he was feeling sick, so he just found a package of chocolate chip cookies and ate those. Not as good as the Oreos, but still tasty. A key turned in the lock and Auntie Nem came in. She was holding a bag of McDonald's and a bento. Her hair was pulled back and she was still in her pajamas, which Izuku found silly. Her pajama briefs had little tacos on them. "Hey Tiger, let's go dash," she glanced up at him. "Oh God." She sighed, placing the food aside and kneeling in front of him, buttoning up his shirt quickly and taking care of his tie before taking a moment to straighten his blazer. She glanced at her watch. "No time to do your hair, since I know you don't like it to be yanked." She sighed before picking up her stuff again. "It'll be fine. But you'll have to help me when we're driving to your school, Keizuku?" Izuku nodded, grabbing his bag and slipping on his shoes from where they rested by the door. Auntie Nem's car was big and low to the ground and black, and it made a scary noise when she started it that made Izuku feel like he wanted to cry even though he didn't know why. Auntie had shushed him and apologized as they pulled out of the parking lot, telling him to eat his breakfast quickly before they got to the school. Auntie Nem had gotten him an egg McMuffin, a chocolate milk and a hash brown. Unkai Zashi always made his breakfast in the morning, and it was always fairly healthy, fruit, or eggs or toast. It was never anything sugary or too greasy, because Unkai Zashi always said it would keep him from learning to his full ability at school. Izuku wasn't quite sure what ability meant. There were a lot of words that Unkai-sho and Unkai Zashi said that he didn't know, and it made him feel kind of dumb. He always had questions for them when he didn't understand something, but he almost never asked them unless they slipped out. His preschool teachers hadn't liked it when he asked too many questions, and he didn't want Unkai-sho or Unkai Zashi to get mad at him. But so far they hadn't. Maybe he'd start asking more questions. Izuku dug into his McMuffin and his hash brown, and it was very good but very greasy. His hands and face felt slimy and he wiped them off with brown napkins. "You can just chug that on the way in," Auntie Nem said. She leaned across the seat into the back and pressed a embrace to the crown of his head. "Love you, Tiger. Go knock him dead." Izuku nodded, smiling at his auntie before clambering out of the car and heading to the school building. He heard tires squeal when Auntie Nem drove away. "Does anyone know what 5 plus 5 is?" the teacher asked the room at large. Izuku knew, but he was too afraid to answer. Ochako, next to him, seemed to be in a similar situation. Neither of them liked to answer questions for the teacher since there was always the risk that they would be wrong. The teacher sighed before smiling at them. Izuku thought it looked weird. "If no one can answer, I'll just have to call on a random student." Izuku's hands carded together. No one raised their hand to answer. "Hitoshi," she called, and the purple-haired boy at the back of the room looked up at her. There was an odd look in his eye, like he was frightened. "What is dash?" She stopped abruptly, narrowed her eyes. "Tell me the answer for 5 plus 5. Hitoshi was shaking where he was sitting, and Izuku wondered if he was scared of the teacher. "Do you not know? If you just don't know, then go out with it and I'll ask someone else." Hitoshi continued to tremble and his mouth was shut tight. "Well." Hitoshi looked like he was about to cry, and Izuku didn't want him to cry. The mean-looking boys in his class always made fun of Izuku when he cried. Izuku's hand shot into the air. The teacher looked surprised. "Izuku," she said, "do you know the answer?" Something funny pinched in Izuku's stomach, and he felt like he might be sick, for a moment, before answering. "TT10, Izuku said. The teacher smiled. "Well done," she said. "Moving on. Can anyone tell me what 10 plus 10 is?" Ochako's hand darted into the air this time. 20, she yelled, and her voice was trembling too, Izuku could tell, but it was covered up by how loud she was. Everyone who had their attention on the sniffling Hitoshi turned toward Ochako. "Inside voice, Ochako Uraraka," the teacher said. "And you did not wait before being called on. Behave yourself, or I may have to send a note home to your parents." Ochako nodded. But you answered the question correctly. Well done, Ochako. Ochako beamed. Izuku picked up on what Ochako was doing, and whenever Hitoshi let out a sniffle or started shaking again, he would answer just as loudly as Ochako had to draw attention away from the boy. When that didn't work, he gave silly answers along with the loud responses. When that didn't work, he started acting fidgety at the table, drawing eyes to him with his movements. Uraraka. Midoriya. The teacher finally snapped, and Ochako and Izuku looked up at her. Hallway. No. Ochako and Izuku nodded, standing together and walking out of the classroom. Izuku looked back at Hitoshi. He wasn't sniffling anymore, and he looked surprised. Maybe grateful. Izuku smiled at him warmly. Izuku's palms started to sweat as he waited for the teacher. What if he was in trouble? What if he called his unkais? What if he got expelled? It's okay, Zuku, Ochako said, and she grabbed his hand even though it was sweaty. We'll be fine. She smiled at him, and Izuku felt like it would be fine. They waited. The teacher came out a moment later. Your behavior was ridiculous, the teacher said. Honestly, I don't know what's gotten into you two. You're usually so well behaved. Each of you will be getting a note sent home tonight. And if this behavior continues, you won't be allowed to sit together anymore. Do I make myself clear? Izuku and Ochako nodded. Yes, ma'am, Izuku said. Good, the teacher said smartly. Now, back to class, both of you. And so they did. I know what you did. I saw it, the pink-haired girl said in recess. It was very nice. Izuku thought he remembered her name being Mei. My name is Mei. My name's Zuku, Izuku said. He shook her hand and he felt like a grown-up. This is Ochako. She's my best friend. We're gonna be hero partners someday. Mei gasped. Really? That's so cool. Mei looked like she could barely contain her excitement. I'm gonna invent support weapons one day, to help heroes. That's so cool, Izuku said, bouncing in place. Have you made any inventions yet? Did they work? What were their uses? Oh, this is so cool. I made a scoped potato gun. And it worked really well. It was accurate too. I was really proud of it. I also made this laser thing that basically can be used to distract people with flashes and lasers and false shadows so the heroes can escape. Wow. Ochako gasped. You want to help us when we become heroes? We could really use weapons like that, Dash. Oh, definitely. Mei gushed. I would love to. I'd get to share my babies with the world, and help people, and help you. She looked delighted. This will be so much fun. What are your quirks, again? I wasn't paying attention in the quirk game. My quirk is called zero gravity. I can make things weightless, but it makes my tummy hurt sometimes. And I'm quirkless, Izuku admitted. There's something wrong with my foot so I can't have a quirk. So I'm just gonna be the first quirkless hero. That's great, Mei said. That just means I can make even more support gear. Yay. All 3 5-year-olds were bouncing in place excitedly, and if anyone looked at them, they would assume they had consumed a rather large amount of sugar. Wait, we gotta check on Hitoshi before the bell rings. Izuku gasped, taking off to the play set. He climbed up it, using the railings to climb near the top and look out over the playground. Do you see him? Ochako wheezed from the ground. It had taken her a moment to catch up with him. No, Izuku said, disappointed. I don't know where he could be. Oh my goodness, is that a cat? He jumped down and ran toward where he saw the cat. Oh, and Hitoshi. Is that a cat? He crowed excitedly, jumping up and down again. It's so cute. What's its name? Is it a boy or a girl? Another cat noses its way from behind Hitoshi, and it looked up at Izuku distrustingly. It even looked reluctant around Hitoshi. Izuku was not deterred. Hitoshi looked scared of Izuku. Sorry, Izuku said. I didn't mean to overwhelm you. I just really love cats. I have a cat named Takara. She's a calico and she's old and fat. That surprised a small chuckle out of Hitoshi before he clamped his mouth shut. He sat cross-legged across from him. Ochako and Mei were still trying to catch up with him. Do you not want to talk? He asked. Hitoshi froze for a moment, before nodding hesitantly. That's okay. Do you have a notebook? Can you write on it? Is that okay? Hitoshi nodded reluctantly, pulling a notebook out of his backpack and turning to a blank page. What are the cats' names? Izuku asked. Hitoshi's writing was large and clumsy. I don't know, I found them here last week trying to get Black Cat to trust me. Dad says I can have one but not two. Izuku nodded. Well, my unkais love cats, so they might take another one, Izuku said. He turned to the distrustful-looking cat. It had black fur with white socks on its paws. Its nose was orange and patterned with little splotches of black. It's a girl, Hitoshi wrote. The gray is boy. Okay, Izuku said. Ochako and Mei collapsed behind him once they caught up. Izuku ignored him, focusing on the kitten. Hello, baby, he said, trying to copy the tone Unkai Zashi used with him when he had nightmares or he got upset. Wanna come with me? The cat stared at him. He let her smell his fingers. Good kitty. He smiled at it and it crept closer. He heard twin gasps behind him. I like you. I think I'll call you Aiko. The cat crawled into his lap and noses at his stomach experimentally before curling up on him. He scratched behind her ear and she started purring. Hitoshi's kitten was climbing on him too, curling up around his neck. He had a dumbfounded, joyful look on his face. What will you name him? Izuku asked. Hitoshi thought for a moment before slowly, haltingly, writing on the notebook. Boltan. Boltan and Aiko. Izuku smiled. When the teacher called for everyone to come back in, Hitoshi and Izuku hid Boltan and Aiko under their shirts before hiding them in their backpacks. He gained one cat and two friends on that day. Hey baby, Unkai Zashi called, smiling at him as he crawled into the back of the car. Is Unkai Sho okay? Izuku asked, buckling himself in. He placed the partially unzipped backpack beside him carefully and heard something rustle. He's doing a lot better, I think, Unkai Zashi said. But he's going to keep sleeping it off until tomorrow. Okay? Izuku nodded. How was your day? I got in trouble, Izuku said simply, handing Unkai Zashi a note. I was making lots of noise because I didn't want the mean kids to notice a boy was crying. I also got a cat. He pulled the cat out of the backpack. Her name's Aiko. Unkai Zashi's mouth was hanging open. It looked silly. Izuku giggled.